You know what I like in some games? When, like, depending on the progress you are in the game, they sometimes change the background of the title screen. There have been a couple of games that have done that, and I've always thought that's really cool. Like, it reflects what's kind of going on in the game. Resident Evil 8 is the only one that I can think of right now, and they didn't really change the background too much, but there was a bit of a reflection, like, depending on how far you were into the game. But there have been a handful of games over the years that have done that, and I've always thought that was cool. I've always thought that was cool. Like, changing the title screen is just a neat little kind of subtle thing to do. Gives you an idea of what you're doing. Like, God, I can't remember the game, but it would like show you the background of the area that you were in, like the city or something like that. What was that? Can't think of it off the top of my head right now. More modern one. Like God of War or Horizon or something like that. Something along the lines of that. Think maybe one of the Xenoblade games might have done that too. There's only a handful, but I always think that's cool. Like, it just reflects where you were, you know? It's like this, like, cityscape or landscape or whatever of, like, the area that you're in. I just think that's dope. I don't think that this does anything like that. So, what did we do yesterday? What did we accomplish? We walked out after we were chained up naked in a dungeon, and we were tracking down the other dominant, the other fire dominant. And so we ended up going to Phoenix Gate, where like everything transpired, and we saw the dominant there and went in to chase him. And it turned out that we were Ifrit, and we finally, what would you call it? Realized our power, understood what we were, and kind of took control of our latent and hidden power. I think that's pretty much all we did. There was a lot of exploration. We wandered around. I was thinking that the game was going to be relatively linear, the way like all the areas had been in front of us. And when we went into whatever that area was with like Martha's Rest, that area was sizable, like actually sizable. So we got to wander and explore around there, which was cool. The areas, like, we just got like at the beginning, and it makes sense. The beginning of the game is very straightforward. It's very tutorial. You're slowly introducing to you things, and now it's like starting to open up, and we're more able to see more landscapes and stuff. So I think the last thing we did was we went to some point west of Dragon Eyrie. I don't know. We found this lady called the Dame. She looks like she runs a lady's house, and she's like the matron mother, I guess you could call her, of it. That's the last thing we did. We're like we're trying to sneak into the Imperial Kingdom, where our mom is. She married the king. We're trying to sneak into the Imperial Kingdom. And I don't know if we're trying to destroy the Mother Crystal or research the Mother Crystal more. I think he wants to destroy it. Sid has this plan that he wants to destroy it. But it's just three of us. It's me, Sid, and Jill, who is not our sister, we have learned. She is a friend, or she's Jill Warwick. Warwick? Some sort of lady of something, or I don't know who the hell she is. Person. But yeah, and they're not with us right now. Or we had to sneak in on our own. But we do have a new ability. So it's cool so far. I only died like 0 times yesterday, for real. Like, I didn't die. I'm not a dyer. I don't die. I don't die. So we got here to whatever this I don't know, what did they call it? There's got to be a name for it, right? Okay. Okay. How get? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, the Veil. That's it. The Veil. We have reached the Veil. Yeah, I don't want to call it a whorehouse. That sounds kind of messed up. It's like, call it the Bunny Ranch. Is where prostitutes reside and they entertain the locals. And what are we doing? The matron wanted us to investigate something for, like, our other friends haven't arrived yet, so we've got like free time, I guess. So she wanted us to like investigate something for. I don't remember what that investigation is, but she wanted us to do something for. Oh, like one of her, there you go. One of her workers disappeared, I guess. They were supposed to be tracking them. I think that's it. Is there a way to like check the quests? I don't think I've ever done that. Can we? Is there a like a current quest checker? Journal? With the dame at his side, Clive safely navigates the gates of Northreach and is one step closer, righting the wrongs? No. However, before he can continue his journey, he must first assist the Vale's proprietress locate an associate recently gone missing. Yeah, young lady's done vanish. We gotta done find her. Easy peasy.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
She's still missing then? Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared?
The day before, she was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you.
So we've got all these like
chambermaid can tell us then.
We've got all these like pins and stuff on us that like help identify us to other people. We've got like 14 of them now. They're like, here, wear this. Here, wear this. Like someone's gonna get suspect with all these pins we've got on us, right?
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every gil he earned on Tatienne and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
Don't you have a name? Don't you have a name?
The barracks is in order.
How do you not have a name? Like, I mean, okay, it's not going to be hard to like track down a dude with a scar, but how do you not have a name? Like, if he comes around often enough, shouldn't he have like told you his name? Like, hi, I'm Roger. Or Trillium. That's the name. Those enemies playing around in the field, I'll kill them. Free axe! I mean, we got a big ass sword, but one doesn't turn down a free axe. A hatchet?
That depends on how much you want to see.
Want to take a look at me titties? Where's that?
Excuse me, you there? The gentleman with the sword?
Me? Me? Me?
I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dames? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Like what? You're gonna make me do something suspect, aren't you?
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total: a grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on. And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
I want to peek. Why would you tell me not to peek? I definitely 100% would have not done that until you said don't do that, which made me want to do the don't. But you don't say that to people. Be like, here's a package, and don't act suspicious about it. Why you gotta be suspicious like that? You acting suspicious makes me suspicious. And if you don't want other people being suspicious,
Drake's head. Ain't a sight more beautiful in the realm, I reckon.
then don't act suspicious. That's how people become suspicious of you, when you act suspicious.
These crystals here are for citizens only. There's none for the likes of you.
Could be for the likes of me, couldn't it? It could be. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know me. I got a big ass sword. I'll cut you. I wish we could open door. What are you doing? You're drying the clothes? It seems like wholly unnecessary. Like a waste of your talent. Your bearer skill. Stand there and dry the clothes. How you doing?
You're one of the dames, I see. Well, you'd best be back to the Vale before the sun sets. Once the men of the garrison have filled their bellies with liquid courage, a brooch won't stay their tempers.
Are they like foreshadowing that I'm gonna beat up a bunch of soldiers? I'll do it. Like, I'll totally do it.
The legions are ready into march again. Men and their swords.
I don't even need to be told not to. I'll just I'll straight up just beat him up. For funsies.
It's not been half a moon since Belen's tour, and they'd have us march again.
Like, I'll totally do it for free. Just because I can. Interesting. We've got so many bears just doing menial things like lighting a fire.
Sergeant's got it in for us.
Treasure over here. Ominous. Leon? Ugh. Who's named Leon?
Where's your commanding officer branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
I do.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
Yeah.
Rather not.
Oh.
Oh, no doubt. Only chivalrous souls that we are, Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Rise to the Soldier's Challenge. Like, those are the type of people that are up to no good. No good.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get ready if you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
Whinging. Whinging. And I'm no whinger.
Now, let's get the measure of you, shall we?
You're smug. I don't like his smugness.
If that's what you want.
Cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you.
Do I get my dog?
Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks you want, Brandon. Stay right. So you know one end of a blade from the other. It's over. Fuck me.
What the hell are you playing at, Leon? Ah, so it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine.
Oh, you're tougher than him?
Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we? How the bearer win the Dane's favour, anyway?
I know he went to hold my tongue for a start.
Stay down. You got potential. I'll give you that. It's over. I'll be hanged. You're finished.
I like how they talked all that shit. All that shit, and they just spent the entire fight on the ground. Like, I was literally spanking that one dude. Literally spanking him. Spanking him. Those naughty boys. Those naughty boys.
Can I go now?
Gregor's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
Nope.
The dame's man or no, he's still a branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bollocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
Nope. Nope. You guys hit nothing. 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 Zero. Nada. Zilch.
The Emperor's finest, thrashed by a branded. The sergeant may be a surly bastard, but he had our number, all right. Extra drills it is, then.
You're the finest? Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, on second thought, maybe don't mention this to the dame. We wouldn't want you getting into trouble for brawling now, will we?
Yes, yes. I won't mention that for my pride. I wouldn't want to hurt my pride because of that. Yeah, it's true. Very true. Good observation, sir. Good observation.
What do you think?
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavors. As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Samberquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
All right. But what do you want from me?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request. The brand upon your cheek affords you a certain freedom. A freedom I could sorely use.
Freedom? People constantly look down their nose at me like, freedom? Fine, what do you want?
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Oh, thank you. An extra meal may not seem like much, but it will make all the difference. Here, deliver these, but keep them hidden. Quickly now.
Victuals?
What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. And today that happens to be the barracks. 3 bearers, overworked and underfed, not permitted a moment's rest.
It's no wonder so many die before their time.
Tragic, true, but do not let anger make you careless. People will view this act of mercy as an undermining of the Empire's authority. Be discreet for both our sakes, and for the sake of those we feed. Oh, and when you're finished, a word in the ear of one of the Dame's girls would be appreciated.
You won't be staying then?
I'm afraid not. I am expected back in the capital, and have already risked much speaking with you this long.
You're alright. He seemed like a...
Crystal's curse is bad enough. We can't let people starve as well.
nice fellow. Daily regimen, roll call, morning prayer, rounds, the striking dummies, midday rations, the butts, 10 quivers, armored sparring, kit maintenance, groundskeeping, roll call. Good for the... Oh, what?
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then.
Alright, so there was nothing up here. Quest destination nearby. One of these nerds?
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time.
Oh, the person like doing the laundry.
You look like you need a rest.
Bearer Cosmetables? Food prepared by Matthew for 3 overworked and underfed bears enjoyed in North Reaches Gears. I mean, some food's better than none, right?
Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I don't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see.
Has it always been this bad?
Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others.
That's something at least.
Like, if I didn't come along to feed these people, who would have given them food? There was probably the one doing the blacksmithing, right? Yeah.
I have something for you.
The Forge.
From the Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
Yep, no need to make anything worse, just leave.
It's not been half a mood since then.
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it. The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me. You need to rest. But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend. And what of your own hurts? They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
Damn.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, I'd better head to the Vale.
I like this kind of stuff. I mean, it's depressing as hell, but I like this. It adds to, like, the world building. You get to, like, understand what's, like, really going on, like, the underpinning stuff.
That bastard! Accident my ass!
You really get to see, like, what's going on in the world. It's, I like that. Depressing, too. But you get to see, like, how the bearers are treated, which, you know, if you're a normal human, gives you empathy.
Greetings. You are one of the dames chosen, I see.
Sympathy.
Me? I am but a nameless weaver of song, who would warm the hearts of the good folk of this town with such humble cloth as the muse might permit me to make.
As long as you're not singing, we cool. But if you start singing,
That's the day done then.
I won't throw a coin your way. I'll throw a fucking fist.
You! Where the devils who dwell upon western shores? His radiance did command a great legion across the grace for to rid the realm of this stain, yet none did return, devoured all by the...
Oh, grandfather, stop bothering this poor man and eat your supper.
Good story. Good story. Oh, is Isabel.
Tatienne is very special to me. All of my girls are. I need to know what happened to her.
I wish she had a French accent. Tatienne was very special to me. Ha ha ha. I wish she had. That's clearly how all French people sound. She had a French accent.
However do they get that color?
Tinker Tailor Soldier.
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Every jounce and jostle of this unexceptional leather sack is accompanied by an eerily melodic tinkling that is likely best ignored. Tinkling? Could it be money?
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard, but this here'll make 'em less so. For a while at least. Sorry about the welcome. Meant nothing by it. You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
You think like he's like getting some sort of like gifts ready for ladies he wants to seduce?
I have no business with Branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Not fun.
Cigars.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
You roll some blunts.
Speak of this to anyone, and there'll be nightshade in your morning gruel.
I'd like to see you try. No, please don't. please don't.
What did you say was in these pies again?
Liquor monger.
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That isn't a burden off my back. And This is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best. Specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
Honestly, I mean, since the...
Cigars and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes.
Since...
The question is, how can they afford to maintain them? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Since the bearers are basically slaves, wouldn't you think that people would be, like, sending them out to do, like, errands and stuff like that? They already have them, like, doing, you know, household needs, you know, and stuff. So wouldn't they send them to the market to get goods? Like, it seems weird that it's, like, uncommon for the bearers to deal with people at the market, where you would think that that's, like, where they would be all the time. Like, here's the deal. Okay, so this dude works at the fishmonger's stand, and he keeps the fish cold, right? That's his job. So he works here. I mean, they've got bearers that work here, and they've got, like, auction blocks to purchase bearers. I'm just saying, like, I'm not surprised that bearers aren't... Well, maybe bearers come along with their master to buy things. Maybe they're not the ones dealing directly, but you would think on occasion bearers would directly deal with the merchants, so the merchants wouldn't be opposed to it, and it wouldn't be like this weird, like, oh, what are you doing here kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just a little crazy.
That's the day done then.
Ah, you have returned.
I believe these are yours.
After the leaves of the tobacco plant are harvested, they're dried and cured for several moons to improve their flavor before being finally chopped and rolled inside a single uncut leaf. Though no other ingredients are added, the resulting cigars are possessed of the distinct aromas of vanilla, cherry, and clove. Ooh, nice. It's said that the petals of 20 roses are required to distill a single drop of fragrant rose oil. A potent spirit made by distilling wine and then aging in barrels for several decades. As such, it remains a luxury, even for the aristocracy. And he can buy that? What the hell? Yeah, that's some fancy-ass, gifts.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
I wonder what the fancy things are for. Who the fancy things are for. Fancy schmancy. What's up, Deke? How you doing, dude? There's a big disconnect between that guy's speech and dress. Fancy people, like all British people, don't wear fancy clothes. He's undercover. He's undercover. He's meant to look more mature. I don't fucking know. He's a shady guy. He's a shady guy. Rutting around and mucking, shouting about the violence inherent in the system, and who's to say he doesn't on his time off? He's a shady individual. How you doing, dude? How's your Wednesday going? I was Suikoden. I was gonna my brain was just like Final Fantasy, say Final Fantasy. No, Suikoden. How was it this evening?
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
Oh, we're getting in good with the ladies. We are quite a delectable dish. You're well. Took a whole day off. Nice, dude. You need that. Move some stuff. Got a new tire on your car. Then played Suikoden for 6 hours. Dude, sweet. I need to go get a new tire. I need 2 new tires. You're usually not supposed to replace one. If you replace a tire, you're usually supposed to replace 2. So I gotta get a new tire. Like I've had my spare tire on for longer than it should be on. Is her father a lord because she looks like she's got huge tracts of land? Oh my god. Yes, probably. It's why she works at a brothel. That's some good gaming, dude. That's some good gaming.
The markets are up.
You still enjoying it?
It's not been half a moon since Bellamy's tour.
Heard the bones fell favourably to the...
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in war. Yeah, Yannick left a few days back. Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you. Moor is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Falls there nigh on every night.
Probably spending too much time leveling up random characters to make parties, but you suppose that's part of the fun. It is, finding people that you enjoy. I definitely screwed around with people. I mean, it's you find people pretty quick that you enjoy. The problem is like recruiting some like later game characters and stuff like that, but that's part of the fun, is just like wandering around, recruiting people, finding people you enjoy being in your party. Sometimes you meet people and you're like, oh, they're gonna be a cool party member, and then they're not a party member, but you know, they just work in the castle. But you know, it's fun messing around.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
And the other way around, lady joined up to do laundry and she apparently brought her laser knives with her. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's that too. People you don't expect to be party members turn out to be. Yeah. There's some really fun characters. I like the fact that you can like individually you can like build your party however you want, but there's also like characters that like sync up with one another. And can't you have like six party members or something like that? It's really dope. It's really cool. It's a fun battle system. I mean, it's still pretty simple, but it's a fun battle system. Yeah, that's really cool. 6 is that's more than 4. This way. Yeah, I don't think we've been in the fields out this way.
The day may have given you leave to walk freely about Northridge, but one step outside these walls, and you're just another branded, with a target on his back.
You want to come with me? Yeah. Oh, that is big ass field. The very large field.
Oriflamme, how many bearers suffer to keep your granaries full?
I just fired it up for today, but it's really fun, man. It's really fun. I've been having a very fun time with it. We're still kind of figuring things out. I mean, I think we're like 15 hours into the game or something like that, but you know, like a lot of games like this, I feel like we still haven't even like scratched the surface.
Stay down. It's over.
But combat's pretty satisfying. I think maybe the enemies are just like a little too tanky. If I was to like pick out a complaint right now, maybe. But sure, I mean, I guess you don't want enemies dying in like 2 hits. They don't offer much resistance though. They go down pretty quick. I like the fact that you've got like a bit of a not really crafting. I mean, I guess you can make weapons and stuff like that, but you know, you've got like an upgrade system of like materials and stuff like that, so it's not just buy the next weapon, you know? Maybe a little like Final Fantasy VIII, right? They had a little bit of like a crafting system. I think that was in Final Fantasy VIII, where like you collected like random materials and like made shit. I don't recall too many of the Final Fantasies having something like that, so I mean that's something cool to have. Which I'm sure will add some sort of grinding feature into the game at some point, where you have to get like certain drops to level up certain gear. I think there's something satisfying about leveling up gear. Not only leveling yourself up, but being able to craft higher level gear. It also, I mean, it's a way to like limit your gear. God, man, this is a pretty looking game. Holy shit. They knew what they were doing. And there's another one of them big ass crystals over there too. How far do you think I can go with photo mode? Not over there. So you're bound. I'm bound. Okay. I wasn't sure if we had like free reign to go wherever the hell we wanted. I wanted to see like how far we could go down the shore there. Not far at all. There's an invisible wall. I'm not saying it looks like real water, but it looks good. Relatively calm sea. It's fun. We're still like in the early stretches of the story too, so we haven't really become privy to everything going on. Like, there's a war going on, there's some sort of blight in the land that people are worried about that's taking up, you know, resources and, you know, whatever political intrigue that involved us and our, like, own mother turning against our family for whatever reasons. Reprehensible woman. It's like your typical, like, high fantasy kind of thing where they, like, just dump you in the middle of stuff and then, you know, you slowly figure out what's happening as the game, or as the story progresses. You know, you're introduced into the world and all of a sudden you're in this, like, meeting between, you know, nations, and they're using words you don't know anything about. Like, the gobble block is in the way of the digglesnung. And you're like, yeah, that shouldn't be. I don't know what any of these words are. I can see that you're angry, though, sir. There's a lot of, feeling lost. It's one of those things where, like, your first time through, you're kind of lost. You're trying to figure things out, and I bet you the next playthrough, you go, oh, yes, this makes so much more sense now. Ah, it's another one of these plinths. A chronolith, that's what they call it. I don't know what we're doing with these. I don't think we do anything yet. That's the second one of those we... Whoops. It's the second one of those we found. The nice thing is at least it marks it off on the map, so we don't have to, like, be confused. There's a marker. So whenever, however that thing opens up into something, I'm curious. Maybe, like, optional bosses, dungeons, something like that. Challenge things. Sure. The big boy's here. Alright, fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going for it. I'm just going for it. Where'd he go?
Not this time. Too slow.
Missed.
Not this time.
Yeah, so as of right now, we just have 2 of the summon abilities, and you can cycle through them by hitting L2. So we've got the Phoenix and Garuda. I'm assuming we're gonna get other powers because in the abilities menu there's like this option and it's a wheel. There's a ton of empty space.
Watchtower. Should be well stocked.
Well stocked, you say? All right, let's raid it then.
Not welcome here. It's over.
Saw the mage there. I win. It was tough. He said it'll be well stocked. I can't go in and rob them. One little treasure chest. One tiny little treasure chest. I was installing a game today, and I was going to look and see. Oh, you know, you never know if like the games have DLC and stuff like that. So I was just looking through after I popped the disc in, see if there was like DLC for it, and I came across the fact that like Legend of what is it? Legend of Dragoon. Legend of Dragoon is on PS5 now, but they also had Wild Arms 1 and 2 and Oddworld games. And they were all free, and I was like, why are they free? And apparently, if you bought some of the older PlayStation classics on like the Vita or PS3, when they released them onto, I guess, PS4, PS5, you just re-download them again for free, which I thought was really cool. Nintendo doesn't do that. It was just like, oh, we're re-releasing them. They're older classics. I think some of the PS2 games were that way too. And I was like, dude, that's great. I didn't even know that those games were available on PlayStation Network. I just saw Legend of Dragoon and it said free, and I was like, free? I'll take free. And so I looked it up and I was like, what other PlayStation 1 games are out there that are free? And it wasn't because they were free, it's because I had bought them before. But they're just like offering you to be able to like re-download them. And I mean, that's how it should be, you know? That's how it should be. You digitally bought something for a system, it should remain that way as long as it's the same account, but it's not how consoles... Xbox has really been the only one that's like done any sort of consistent backwards compatibility, yeah? With like every system has basically been somewhat backwards compatible to an extent. But Sony's been very inconsistent about its backwards compatibility, I guess. Like the PS3, you could play classic PlayStation 1 games on it. And some of them could play PS2 games. But the PS4 definitely couldn't play any backwards compatible. So I guess the newer one really can't either, except for PS4. I think it's largely compatible with everything, but the digital library really hasn't been brought over, and I hope that's something they do more of. I mean, I know they're trying to push people towards whatever their online service is. The PlayStation, I guess it's not PlayStation Now anymore, it's whatever, I have no idea what they call it now. Whatever their online service is. PlayStation Premium or Essential or Plus or whatever the hell it's called. It's not Plus anymore, and I know that they have like a bunch of PS3 and PS2 games on there, but I don't know that they have like PlayStation 1 games on there. I hope they continue to add games like that. The more of their older catalog they make available, the happier I think, you know, us retro nerds will be. But just on a lark, you know, just really lucky, like looking through their catalog, seeing that. I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter. I didn't know if it was like a limited time thing or not. I have no idea, but I just thought that was like interesting. Ah! Will I ever play it? Maybe the Oddworld games. We just played through Legend of Dragoon, but I haven't played through the Oddworld games in a really long time, and I've been wanting to like replay them again. Whoops! Well, that ruined whatever streak I had. It's also, I mean, I guess the big thing is, you know, emulator's so damn convenient, right? Emulator's so damn convenient. But now that I have them on here, and I think they have achievements now. Do they have achievements? Can we see if they have achievements? I actually don't know. They also have them for PS4 and PS5, depending. I don't think it makes a difference. I don't know. I think some of them might have achievements associated with them, and if that's the case, then yeah, maybe. This one does. Okay, Legend of Dragoon does. Oddworld didn't. Does Wild Arms? Wild Arms does. Like, that's definitely incentive. That's cool. Alright, so the Oddworld games don't have any achievements associated them, but those do. I mean, I just played through Legend of Dragoon, so probably not any desire to play through that again. It was fun to play through, you know, and see that game again, you know, with more modern eyes. But yeah, I probably won't play through that one again, at least anytime soon. Maybe in another 15, 20 years. But the Oddworld games I'd like to play through again. I actually want to play through, I think on my PS4. Do they have that here? Hold on. Dang it. Did they have Wild Arms on here? I had Wild Arms 3. I want to play through Alter Code F again. So I guess I got 1, 2, and 3 on here. That's cool. I wanted to play through Alter Code F. I've never played through that. So Alter Code F is the remake of Wild Arms. The first one. I want to play through that. I thought I had that on the PS4. I don't actually know if they made that. That I would totally play on here for sure.
Wait, you're not one of us.
Yeah, the Oddworld ones for sure. Wild Arms games are really fun. Did you ever play through any of those? I'm gonna go with a wild guess and say no, considering you hadn't played even through Suikoden. Oh my god. Did you play through a lot of PlayStation 1 era RPGs? What's up, Miracle Captors? How you doing? What do you think of Wa Peach? I saw that they had plans of making a Wa Peach, but they never did anything with it. Wasn't that for Mario Golf or something like that, but they canned it? I'm down for it. Wa Daisy and Wa Peach, I'm all for it. Demented Peach and Demented Daisy, I'm all for it. What's up, Don? How you doing? Just Final Fantasy 10 and 12. Well, that's not. I was asking more like PS1 era, not necessarily PS2. Played Lunar in the Final Fantasy games. You played a bit of Legend of Legaia. That's a good one. What she looks like. I saw the stuff. I done seen that. Well, I hadn't seen that though. I saw some other things. That's different. She doesn't look evil enough. Like Wario and Waluigi look way more evil. The shit that looks way too cute. That's too cute. I mean, cute's good. Looks can be deceiving, I'm sure, but that's way too cute. She needs to look more malicious. You know, I want that Maleficent look. Like you look at them and you know they're up to no good. You know they're up to no good. You know, for bad guys, you just need to add a mustache. She's got to have some sort of sneer or something like that. She looked too adorable. It's too cute. Star Ocean 2's finally on PS5 or PS4. Yeah. Which is nice. The Star Ocean, what do they call it? Second Story R. They already had a remake. This is the third time they've remade Star Ocean. 'Cause they remade it for the PSP. And they released it in Japan. They ported over Star Ocean R from the PSP to like the Switch and PS4 and all that. And then they released Star Ocean Second Story R in Japan, which is like the PSP re-release, but they never ported it over to the US. Localized it, I guess, for that one. Even though they had it, they just never put it up or made it compatible, which was unfortunate, but then they remade it again, so that's cool. I think my only issue with the way Star Ocean is that the backgrounds don't mix with, like, it's not that 2.5D that they've been doing a lot of, like with the Octopath Traveler stuff. It's not that. They like did these really like not real looking, but more real looking kind of like pre-rendered backgrounds for it. And the pixel art characters and enemies kind of look out of place on it. It's a little jarring. I think the game looks nice in some aspects. It's just that it's just a little jarring for me. But I think it's cool. And I'd like to play it at some point. I haven't played through Star Ocean 2 since, you know, like the late 90s, whenever it came out. She does have an axe. I mean, but, you know, lots of people have axes. Paul Bunyan has an axe. He's not a bad guy. You know, he's got a big blue ox. You need more than an axe. She needs to have some like edgy makeup. You know, give me a bunch of like eyeshadow and stuff like that. Make her edgy looking. Purple's good. Purple's good. It's in line, you know, with Waluigi. But yeah, we need more edgy. Like, give her a choker or something like like that, you know? Not that bad people wear chokers. The cool kids do. I don't know, man. Like, is Wario technically a bad guy, or just, I mean, he's greedy. He's not like a bad guy per se. He's not like Bowser, right? He's kind of like a anti-hero. Changing the vacant stare into a malicious look would go a long way. That too. The way the eyes look, yeah. That makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. I don't know if I could give her a scar. You know, when people have scars, they're up to no good. Facial scars. Not like, yo, man, they took my appendix. Not that kind of scar. That's not the exciting one. Waru is literally the word for bad, is it? Nice. So, I mean, it's close enough to Wario.
That's enough for today, Branded.
Hello. You guys just hanging out here with all these monsters around? So, bad Mario, huh? Is that the idea? Bad Mario? Okay, I'll leave that Chocobo alone. Yeah. And then I guess by proxy that extends to Waluigi, so bad Luigi. Alright, fine. They're just taking a nap. This is just nap. There's just like this dead person hanging out behind this windmill. I mean, if you're gonna stash a dead body, that's suspect. Alright, so bad Peach and bad Daisy, I'm down, but I guess you gotta make them look more bad. bad to the bone, because you're not just selling me on a purple outfit and a hat, man. So yeah, maybe some of those shifty eyes goes a long way, but yeah, you look a little too cute for my taste. But I'm down. I think that would be great. I think given the Wa characters, or the Waru characters, given them, like, I want a game where they're up to mischievous deeds, but like playful prankster deeds. Like, get all 4 of them in there. Wa Daisy, Wa Peach, Wa Luigi, Wario. Let's get them all up in there. Let's get all them freaks up in there.
The people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says. It's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Let's get a game where they're up to no good. I'm down. I'm ready for it. The world might not be ready, but I'm ready. I mean, you could do something similar to like New Super Mario Brothers or something like that, like some sort of like 1-player, 4-player, multiplayer kind of thing, platformer. You see this dude yelling at me? Benoit? Ugh. Benoit. Is he Canadian?
You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
Agree to help the man's son. Well, I mean, your son's in peril. Yeah, I got you. I got you, boss. I got you. How's life treating you, Miracle Captors? How's you been playing a lot of Pokemon lately? Yeah, how's that going?
All right. Where is he?
My, I see they've sent me a branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
Kill your son? I don't think I'll be doing that, sir. Wa Peach being a trashy goblin would be great. A trashy goblin.
Someone whose son's in mortal danger.
Now, what do you mean by trashy?
Something's not right here.
I
need to be careful.
Do you mean like she's wearing like dirty clothes with like holes and shit in there, and she got methed out teeth, and she's got tattoos, but they're like weird, strange, like your cousin Wilfred did them in his basement? Trashy. You mean she's all like slutted up?
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it.
Not that quite far, but definitely that energy. Alright. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. Where the hell's the kid? Wait, what? Oh, I see him. I see him. Well, the dog's just standing there. I don't think it's gonna eat you. I love how that dog was just waiting for someone to show up, and then it's like, okay, I'll attack you. I didn't really mean to attack the little kid. That's too easy a prey. I want the real one. It's very nice of them. It's very nice of them to be patient like that.
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
Yo, grab the kid by the ruff of his neck and drag him back. Why are you still talking? That's screwed up.
Work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
So they're just killing people for fun. This world's like really jacked up. Holy crap. That's some cold shit. We were only having fun. Killing people, huh? Yeah, it really goes to show you like how little value they have for people that are branded as bearers. That's what's nice about some of these side quests, is it's really building, you know, the world here and like the goings-ons and like how deep things are. I like that. I like that. It's depressing as hell, but I like it.
You, Branded, come here this instant. How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet, and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go! Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
Dude, that wretch would be me. I think he'll be scared of the dame, though. We might as well play it right. I don't know if we should sell her under, though, right there, yeah? Because, like, we're probably not supposed to stir up trouble. You killed his dog? What the fuck's the matter with you? I know, I'm the one at fault. Dude, how screwed up is that he bought a human being, and then he sent them down to go be slaughtered by his dog? Like, that's... And they called it entertainment. That's some cold shit.
That unlucky wretch would be the dame. I can summon her if you like. Though I doubt she would welcome the interruption.
You serve the dame. Why would a woman of her caliber...
You look afraid. Well, how do you think those bearers in the field felt? Can you imagine their fear? Their pain? From the look of you, I'd say you're starting to get an idea of the first. Now, if you need help with the second...
Father, he's scaring me.
You think to threaten us, Branded? The dame's pet or no, I will not abide such insolence.
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
Yep, they're gonna die.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Yeah, this is messed up. They're people, man. Did I like Final Fantasy 13? I love Final Fantasy 13. I want to play through it again. I really liked it. I beat Final Fantasy 13 too, and I could never get into Lightning Returns, unfortunately. I've tried like 3 or 4 times to play that game. I was so excited when it came out. I think the biggest drawback in that game is you don't have a party. it's just lightning. And one of the things I like about those kinds of games, at least that style, like the Final Fantasy style, is you have a party, you have a retinue, you have a group of people that you know, pal along with and you talk to. And, you know, in the first game, you've got like a bunch of people. In the second game, it's just Vanille and I forget the other kid's name. It's the two of you, which is a little sad. And then 13 Lightning Returns is just lightning. And that's kind of sad. I mean, you get to see the other characters from the other games and stuff, but it's just kind of her, and that's kind of depressing. You know, I have tried to play through it so many times. I just never have. I got to start it on stream at one point, and we just play through the entirety of it, you know? We just got to play through the whole thing. I think one of the big turn-off of that game, too, is the fact that it's timed. You have, like, this clock counting down. I don't know, like, how much time you actually have as far as, like, real-world time and how much time to actually accomplish things, but that gives me anxiety I don't want. But the original 13, yeah, I like the original 13 quite a bit. And again, that's one of those games where, like, I was super excited when it came out. I played it. It was like, wow, this was super fun. And then I read all these reviews about it, and people were like, it sucks, it's stupid, it's on the rails. And I was like, but all the Final Fantasy games are linear. It opens up a bit more. I know where people are complaining about it, and I get it. But man, the combat was so fun, and you know, the game's pulling you along so fast, at least it felt for me, that like I never really noticed anything. Like, sure, maybe you're basically in like one big dungeon until you get to the planet. You know, it's just like one long dungeon. And that was fine with me. Like, I had no problem with that whatsoever. I liked it. I was just like, this is fun. This is cool. I love the combat system. Like, how they, like, bridged... It's not an action game like this is. It's still turn-based, but it, like, bridges the gap between, like, turn-based and straight-up action. You know? And I kind of like that. It was a unique take. This is the last turn-based combat game that they had in the series. I liked it. I had fun with it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty dope. But I also probably am not like the greatest judge of those things. I think you slap Final Fantasy on something and yeah, you like turn-based better, but it is turn-based. Final Fantasy 13 is turn-based. It's just, it looks like it's not turn-based, but it's still 100% turn-based. You're still issuing commands and stuff like that every turn. It's more active. It's more of it's like the ATB meter is a little bit more active, but it's still a turn-based game. It 100% is. It's just not like your traditional turn-based, you know. It's a cool take on turn-based combat, which I appreciated it for. But yeah, I get it. If you like the more like traditional turn-based combat, then yeah, I get that. I totally get that. But it is turn-based combat. It definitely is. Bury body. God, I thought it said burn the body at first. Dude, burying those two bodies are gonna take forever.
Victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
We're just off on our own for now. You know how games go. You have a party, they separate you. You have a party, they separate you. We're just waiting for our party members to join us. We're supposedly sneaking into, like, this region.
I
Take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's less two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For the help.
I mean, it was a kid.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
I mean, you can't learn your lesson if you're dead. They could have become good people at some point. Probably not, but they could have. You heard Kina is the best character in Final Fantasy IX? The one that, like, eats everything? I never used Kina. Well, that's not true. I think I used Kina a bit more in my, like, third playthrough. I don't know. Any sort of, like, character that usually relies on having to acquire powers through, like, fighting other monsters, you know, like absorbing their powers, like the blue mage, I tend to avoid those just because I find that, like, really annoying to try to have to, like, build them up and figuring out, like, what powers you can absorb. And, like, it's like the antithesis of how you want to play the game. You actually want somebody to get hit by abilities, and it's like, yeah, and then there's like a waiting game and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe Kina's really good. Maybe they're really good, but I never spent a lot of time. Good for like if you can get like White Wind or something like that on them, they might be good for like healing and stuff. There's probably some like super powerful attacks as well, like whatever that try attack is. The one that does like multi-element or whatever. That's usually a pretty good one, but yeah, I usually largely avoided them. They might be. I wonder who... Well, you know, I've never gotten... Who's the big knight? Who's the big knight in Final Fantasy IX? I've never gotten his special weapon because it requires you to get to the end of the game in like 8 hours or something like that. So I've never Steiner. I was gonna call him Reiner, and I was like, that's not right. I've never gotten his special weapon because, like, in what way can I speed run the game? there's no way. There's no way. That's insane. You literally have to speed run the game to get there. It's so hard. What's up, Axeman? Fact that there were any Final Fantasies after the first. Yeah, you're not the first to make that joke. The worst part is half the time to get the good blue mage abilities, you gotta take control of the enemies, that too, and make them hit you with an ability that isn't part of their regular rotation. That too, you have to do that in Final Fantasy VII. You have to like actually take control of them and have them use certain abilities. That's usually the easier way to get them to do it, if you can actually control the enemy. But each Final Fantasy game is slightly different on how that works, though. But yeah, sometimes you have to like confuse the enemy and wait. Other times, yeah, you have to like take control of the enemy directly. Yeah. It feels more tedious to like build the character up that way. But maybe that's why they're like super powerful, because if you spend that time building them up, then yeah, they're powerful. Yeah, that was in large part I liked using Dagger and probably Steiner the most. Oh, the big dude, Red, or whatever his name is, the guy with the mop on his head. I like him. And the rat lady, she's pretty cool too. I don't remember any of their names. I don't remember any of their names, but they're really cool too. I like them. I like everyone. I mean, Kina's a lot of fun. They're quirky as hell and weird, and it's like, who is this frog person? They're so strange. And Vivi's awesome. How can you not like Vivi? Vivi's so adorable. Vivi's so adorable. You just want to hug him. You just want to hug him. Oh, when he goes into the factory and he has like that like self-realization moment, I'm manufactured. And then, you know, this whole like am I real or not kind of thing. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. Oh. He's so adorable. He's so adorable. Vivi's so adorable. I like 9. I like 9 a lot. I like 9 a lot. My first time playing through it, I was kind of meh on it. People are like, oh, it's the greatest Final Fantasy ever. And I was like, yeah, I kind of liked 8 and 7 and 8 better. And the more I played 9's probably one of the ones I've played the most, surprisingly. Out of like all the Final Fantasy games, I think I beat that one like 3 or 4 times, which, you know, I've probably beat 7 just as much. But that's probably one of the ones I've played the most, and it's one of the ones that I had like the most lukewarm reaction to. Like, yeah, it was fun. It was all right. I don't think it did anything special. It just didn't wow me like the others did. I was just like, yeah, it's more of the same. You know, it's more fantasy, more silliness. I do like the like serious tones that they add into it. It's supposed to be more cute and like high fantasy, but they add like a bunch of serious stuff, you know, underlying under everything. I appreciate that, you know. There is an underlying darkness to it over its like under its like cutesy, cartoony exterior, hyper exaggerated. They're not quite chibi, but they sort of are, you know, with their massive fucking domes. Yeah, 9's a lot of fun. 9's a lot of fun. The only thing I dislike from 9 and is the chocobo hunt stuff, where you go into like that little area and you do like the like hot and cold with the chocobo, and you're just like searching for shit. I mean, it's a side quest. You don't have to do it, but it's like the least fun mini game in that game. Like, I'd rather play the card game. I don't like the card game either. Dude, the first time I played through that game, I completely ignored the card game, and then you get, like, I guess it's like midway through the game, and they force you into a tournament. Dude, it's so hard if you haven't been playing that. I had won, like, 2 cards throughout the entirety of the game. Dude, dude, that was so hard to get through that point. It was so difficult. And you have to win. Well, I mean, you have to get to, like, a certain point. I think you can fail at a certain point, but you have to get it, or else you, like, fucking game over. Maybe you don't game over, but you can advance. You can advance. I don't know. I bet you maybe you can wander around before that point and, like, maybe get, like, a couple of extra cards in town, because you can play a bunch of different people. But, yeah, if you're not steadily building your whatever card game deck up until that point, you can be in some big fucking trouble. Big trouble. Big trouble. 7 and 8 didn't do that, but 9, they're like, were you playing? No, why would I? It's boring.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
Now, it's an interesting game. I feel like the AI is a bit ruthless. It feels a little bit lucky. It's kind of like tic-tac-toe, just with some more advanced rules to it. It's it could be a bit ruthless. It could be a bit ruthless. Can I look for Chloe? Who the hell's Chloe? Yeah, sure.
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She's beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting.
Aw, is she so sad that she lost her pet?
That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her.
Well, that, and we've got a dog. Like, couldn't we be like, yo, dog, sniff out thing? You know, that's something that they're not utilizing. We have a dog. Couldn't we like, oh, this is the animal's bed that they sleep on, and you could be like, yo, Torgal, sniff this shit, and he could be like, yo, and we could be like, good boy, track it down. You have a dog. You literally have a dog. I feel like there's missed opportunity here. This is a very underutilized aspect of the game right now. We have a dog. We're searching for something. We have the perfect tool.
You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet. Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
This is my favorite song, The Droning Note. What's that, Lassie? Timmy's stuck in his own nightmarish life again? Where is she, girl? So this is The Witcher with more elaborate magic? Not quite.
Chloe?
The Witcher has dialogue options, which is really cool. The writing in The Witcher is like super top notch. The writing here is fine, but it's not. It's like any other. Well, I mean like interactive dialogue options. Like this one is like, do you want to help them or not? Yes or no. You know, it's more in depth in The Witcher than it is in this. Yeah, and they're definitely, do you want to help them, yes or no options, but like, you can go through dialogue options, get as much information that you want from things and stuff like that. It's more in depth. This is, you know, not even superficial.
More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl?
But pet dog?
Is that someone napping on the job?
No, they're dead.
They don't mind the interruption.
I think that's one of the I think that's one of the bearers, and like if they're the more they use their magic, their body starts to turn to stone. And I think this is someone that like died from that affliction. They said they crumble though.
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
Why is it so real? Why is it so real? That's so fucked up. Dude. Like, just that little side quest. That's so heavy. There's so much to unpack from that. Holy shit. Oh my god. Like, holy hell. They're really laying it on right now with these side quests, man. They're really laying it on. Holy crap. Holy crap. We found Chloe's body earlier, and I was just like, damn, that lady just died behind a windmill. That's some fucked up shit. And then you have a quest that goes along with it. Holy hell, man. Like, she's like, go find my plaything. Like, of course you assume it's, you know, like a cat or a dog or something like that, you know? It's some Final Fantasy creature. It was a human. It was a human. And she talked about it as though, God, man. That is some heavy stuff right there. Like, the way these people are treating other people as though they're not humans.
I'm so sorry, Chloe.
Well, the little kid has remorse for now. Maybe this is like a wake-up moment for that kid. Maybe the kid will grow up to be a decent human being and treat other bearers like human beings. I doubt it. She's gonna go home and hear from her parents, and they're gonna be like, what are you so sad about? We'll get you another plaything. And then she'll forget. She'll forget! What do they call that? What do they call that when someone in authority tells you to do something and you just blindly obey it? Like, it's super easy to, one, influence kids because kids look up to adults. Conditioning, that's part of it, but that's not the word I'm looking for. That's largely in part what happens, though. What is that called? Obeying someone else's orders because they are in authority, someone with power. It's not exactly obedience. Nah, not brainwashing either. Operant programming, no. Compliance. It's compliance. That's the word I'm looking for. Compliance. You're being compliant. Because someone supposedly with, whether they're older than you, whether they're in an authoritative position, you're being compliant to them. You look at them because, and you do things they say because they are in a position, whether they are or aren't. So a kid and their parents, you know, a kid and their teacher, you know, your drill sergeant in boot camp, you know, your boss at your job. People look to those people and someone says, go do this. And you do it without thinking, whether it might be, and you are more likely to do something maybe you find that would go against your ethics and morals. But because you have this authoritative person in this position, you are more likely to be compliant with something like that. But there is conditioning and brainwashing and all that stuff going on in a situation like this. But it's easy to be compliant in a situation like that. There's a bunch of examples that happen throughout history that you could call on like really messed up situations too. But like it's super easy, even if you think maybe this is wrong. Hey, my parents are telling me to do this thing. My parents are telling me that this is the way something is, and that's all compliance. But it's very easy to think like, well, because this older person, this parent, this authoritative person is telling me this, even if I think that it's wrong, it's just easier to justify it with yourself that they're telling me to do this. It's fine. It's an interesting thing. There's an interesting psychology behind that. And so maybe this little kid will have like some sort of awakening and won't be compliant anymore to their parents, you know, poor teachings. It's interesting though. Like this, all these like little side quests and stuff like that are really interesting. This music that we have going on right now definitely gives you this sense of unease, foreboding. So it definitely adds, it wants you to feel uneasy. I like this. Oh, and now everything's fine. It's quaint. Now everything's quaint. Well,
It's my turn. Let me try.
well, now you want me to feel at ease. That whole field music was giving me this sense of like there's malevolence out here. Now I'm just like, we're in this little quaint village. Yeah, I got you. What a change. What a change. All right, we'll buy the one meteorite. Okay, we can buy as many shells as we want. All right, we'll buy a potion.
If that's what you want.
We'll finish up our stone skin there. We don't have a lot of money though, and they don't seem to offer any new helpful items here in this village. We're probably not going to get something new until we get into the big town.
If even a grain is missing, the collectors will have my own.
Either way, my whole point was I kind of like what they've got going on here. How they're building things with the side quests and stuff. You can completely ignore that stuff, but it's disgusting, and I like it. Treating people as less than people is just horrible. And there's obvious, very, very heavy, obvious parallels we can take away from that in the Americas. Where's the person we're supposed to talk? Oh, here we are. Bertrand.
Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something.
Well, go on then. What is it? One of her courtesans has gone missing, and I need to find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarrelling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
Dude, when we walked up to this guy, there was something really cool that happened when like his actions. We walked over and we were like, "Hey, are you Bertrand?" And he looked back at us. He didn't like look directly up at us. He turned, looked over his shoulder, looked down and up to give like that full like I'm sizing you up kind of thing. That was really cool. that was really cool. We walked over and he's just like, "Who is you?" All right. Like that was really good. It's super subtle, but that was pretty cool. I did not pay attention at all to what he just said because I was so focused on the fact that he did that. I was just like, "Oh shit, that was cool." Like, he sized us up. That was awesome. That was awesome. And it's not like he was getting ready to fight us or anything. It was just like he was just taking in the situation.
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for a constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the Dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant. What is it that she requires of me?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
My thanks.
Not at all. I would do anything for the Dame. Anything. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
People speaking that way just never gives me the giggles. Oh, but this one did. In yonder ruins. It very much reminds me of like play acting.
Weren't expecting any new brains.
It's such a silly thing. Oh, right, yes. In yonder ruins. Mm-hmm. I saw something sparkling over here. It's mine. Trash. Because you're probably only ever exposed to it through play acting. Where else would you be exposed to someone talking like that? I'm pretty sure no one actually ever talked like that. Like, it's like Shakespearean talk. No one ever talked the way Shakespeare wrote. Like, that's not something that happened. And so when you have like people talking like that in play acting, I mean, it's possible some people talk like that, but people just have this image because that's how it's represented in like movies and literature and stuff like that as though that was like the proper way, but I'm pretty sure most people didn't behave like that. So yeah, it's in plays and stuff like that, but it's all for entertainment, which just, it makes me giggle because it feels very unnatural. But then again, nobody talks like that nowadays. So even if there were people that at one point talked somewhat like that, it's just so weirdly strange. It's alien. It's foreign. It just, because we don't talk like that, it just feels so wildly, weirdly out of place. It's strange. It's strange. I mean, where else would you, even if, where would I be exposed to that outside of play acting, though? Where would I be? In my world, everybody talks in a transatlantic accent. Nice. Are they all coastal elites? Dirty coastal elite. Alright, well, there's nothing up here. Oh, well, maybe at some point we'll have, like, a quest that sends us into behind the, church. How you doing, Willie Rage? Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. Point is, hearing people talk like that just makes me titter. Because it's so funny. They're all drinking brandy on a train from Cincinnati. Ew. This is gross. Someone willingly went to Cincinnati? Why? Who would be like, yeah, I'm going to the Natty. Like, why are you going to the Natty?
It smells of death here, Torgal. Wolves. We can't let them get any closer to the village.
This game's all over the place with its dialects. It is. It is. It is. It very much is. I mean, for the most part, they're all some sort of British, or well, yeah, British accent. Maybe even English. Maybe not just necessary, because British, well, I haven't heard any Scottish accents or Welsh accents, so maybe just English accents.
Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. definitely from definitely different class groups and centuries. But I mean, that to an extent that would make sense, but they don't seem, you mentioned it earlier, that they don't seem to like match up with the classes. Like, it makes sense that you would have different class groups and people speaking with like different accents from, you know, regions, classes, whatever, what have you. That makes sense, but they don't seem to appropriately line up. Dick Van Dyke, oh, with a terrible British accent. Hey, governor, I'll be a chimney swipe. Apparently, Dick Van Dyke, when he did the accent for Mary Poppins, apparently had never heard a British accent before, which is mind-boggling to me, but somehow he did one anyways. Like, there's like an interview of him like talking about how like he came up with it, and he was just like, yeah, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. They said speak like this, and I was just like, yep, you got it. At least they aren't as bad as Jade Empire. What the hell are you talking about? The voice acting in Jade Empire is like really fucking good. Like, BioWare always did a good job with their voice actors.
Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to see every night. He said her name was Tatienne.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
Lol, what? They were white people pretending to be Asian? And they didn't even sound Asian? Oh, my friend. I don't know how you want me to break that down without sounding like a dick, but, no, the voice acting in Jade Empire. Alright, so most of the voice actors, you're right, they weren't Asian, but sounding Asian? I don't, do you want someone to be a caricature? Like, unless you have someone that's like, say, like, you know, they're from, you know, Hong Kong and they moved to the Americas, or they speak English, and you got somebody that but people don't sound white or Asian or black. People sound like people, you know? I mean, 9 times out of 10, if you just hear somebody's voice and you've never seen them before, more than likely you're gonna have a hard time placing what race that human being is. Sure. If people are talking in some certain ways, I mean, you can make guesses to things, but you're not always gonna be 100% correct. That's a weird thing to say. But, I mean, point being is that has nothing to do with the quality of the voice acting, though. Brian Doyle Murray is a perfectly fine voice actor, and okay, yeah, he's Brian Doyle Murray, and sure, I mean, having white people play different, but I mean, acting, right? Different races, it's acting. I agree. They probably should have gotten more Asian actors. Probably, but that's not a knock on the voice acting that is there, though. The voice acting is really good. It's not shitty voice acting. Like, there's a big difference between things, you know? there's a huge difference. It's not bad voice acting. They just don't happen to be Asian, but that doesn't mean that the voice acting is bad. The voice acting is actually really fucking good. Multiple times on the playthrough, we joked about the voice acting. I don't know if you see a big Brolic black dude in a game. You don't expect him to have a high-pitched, whiny anime voice. He could. There's a dude in this game that's got a really high-pitched voice. He's massive. When you meet two people in this game, Sid and I don't remember the other dude. Sid comes out and he's got this deep baritone voice, and then the big Little John dude has got this like high-pitched voice. I don't know. People have voices, man. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised at how people sound. Yeah, a giant dude could have a high-pitched voice. Could. I don't know. What if they all had Baston? Baston? I mean, you would just assume the person's from Boston. There's a mix of races of people from Boston that aren't white. In Jade Empire, they all had you know, that like standard neutral broadcasting accent, whatever that's called, that most people strive to make. That neutral American accent that's like trying to like not be pinned in some area or another. The one that I try to model myself after. Yours is neutral Midwest. Do I have some sort of accent when I talk? I did my best to try to like nullify anything. Like this was not the way I talked growing up. like this is 100% not the way I used to talk. I like trained myself to talk like this until it became natural. You have a very neutral accent. Goal accomplished. Goal accomplished. That's what I went to do. That's what I went to do, because I certainly did not sound like this. There's voice recordings of when I was like younger, up until like my 20s, when I got to college. And I went to a weightlifting class, and I was talking to the teacher, and he goes, "You got a really heavy accent. What part of Georgia are you from?" And I went, "Georgia?" Like, I was born and raised in D.C. with Georgia. And he was like, "Oh." But that made me go, "Oh." And I went, "All right, well, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go." No Southern boy. So yeah, I went and like made a concerted effort. It was hard at first, and then eventually you keep talking like one way, and it eventually just happens. Neither do you, but you've been told you do. Sound like you're rocking a massive hog. That's an impossibility too. When you hear your voice and everyone else around you sounds the same way, sometimes it's hard to tell that you have an accent or not. I feel like every once in a while I might have like a twang on something. Because I mean, it's like almost impossible to get out everything. But yeah, I think a lot of people in this region, there's a handful of there's some fun accents around here. There's some real fun accents. I had the PG County accent, which is fun. But there's like Baltimore, there's Annapolis, like distinct accents. The Baltimore accent is a distinct accent. The Pasadena, which is right outside Baltimore, very distinct accent. There is a very distinct DC accent. Like it's interesting. Like even just within like a small region, how varied. I mean, it's like 40 miles and you've got 3 or 4 wildly different accents. It's crazy. It's crazy. Neutral Midwest. Just recently at my dad's funeral, I had some cousins and some aunts come down from Ohio. They live in like the Cleveland area, and it's delightful to hear that Cleveland accent. I can't do it for the life of me. I have tried so hard to do that Midwestern. Cleveland is its own accent, and I'm sure like everywhere you go in the Midwest, it's like slightly different. You can't get there from here. I do say y'all. I do say y'all. I do not say you all. I do say y'all. I do say y'all. That's a fun one. But yeah, it was fun hearing that accent again. your uncle has this weird Chicago accent. Chicago has its own accent too. Any big city has their own kind of Chicago. Chicago's definitely unique though. Like the SNL guys. Yeah. You that's the fun thing. Like you'll watch like a TV show or something like that, like a comedy, and they're doing like a stereotype, but stereotypes are true. There's a reason why they exist. Well, okay, to an extent they're true. They're usually hyper exaggerated, right, in comedy stuff for like accents and shit like that, but holy crap, man. Like, sure, like Chris Farley and Mike Myers and all that sitting around the table talking about doubles, you know. It's maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's damn close, man. It makes you giggle. It's just like, no, it's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. But that's the thing. I mean, unless you're around it, you don't recognize it. And when you're in the thick of it, you don't realize it because everyone else sounds this way, so you don't realize that. Fargo. Oh, that was gross. How about we go get some lunch? Yeah, Fargo's accents were really good. Who's the woman the woman sheriff? Fargo. Yeah. You chopping them up in the wood chipper, hon? It was so good. It was so good. She did a great job. She did a great job. She was the best part of that movie. Man, I gotta watch that again. I haven't seen Fargo in years. That's a good one. What the hell were we talking about accents for? Oh, because of the game and like how wild it is, and then Jade Empire. Right. The weird accent from Letterkenny, which is the Letterkenny accent, I'm pretty sure is also like a joke stereotype, but I bet you there are people that talk like very close to it, but it's supposed to be, you know, just another like kind of joke. I've never heard the people that are on Letterkenny actually like be themselves. I've only seen Letterkenny. I'm curious what, because they do, there's like a whole skit there where they actually talk and like break down like what they think Americans think Canadians sound like. That shit had me rolling. That shit had me rolling. Because I was like, yep, this is all true. You're doing a great job. This is good. This is good. This is good. So the other day... It's on HBO again recently. I own it on Blu-ray. I can watch it anytime I want. I don't need no streaming service. But yeah, I gotta remember to watch that again. Fargo's great. Most Letterkenny characters have their own unique speech patterns, so pinning down a common accent would be tough. They do. That's probably intentional. I think... Maybe I did see some sort of interview with them then? Because I remember... seeing something where they all said like they came up with like the characters, like how they came up with it, so maybe I have. I think it was like the main dude, the creator, like the main guy. It's him and the bro dude with the hot wife who's always got the tighty whitey shirts on. Those were the two creators. Like the main guy on the ranch and the other bro dude in town. They were the creators of the show, and I think I saw some interview with them on like how they like came up with things. So maybe I have heard them talk. Because I remember them talking about like the two other guys that are like the farm hands. I don't know what else, the friends. And how they like came up with like how they talked. Jared Kiso, that's it. Oh, no, Kiso. Wait, who's the hockey guy then? Is that his name? Is a drastically toned down version of his character? What the hell? Who's Jared Kiso? That's not the hockey dude, right? Dude, when I saw that God, what was the hockey guy's name? When they were like, oh yeah, he gets his own TV show, I was like, I'm never watching that. I hated that one. That dude bothered me so. I hated him. I hated him so much. I did not like that. Shorzy. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, like the hockey bros were great. I love those. I hated them at first, but then there's something endearing about them. Like they did really good with them. Those two kids did a great job. But holy crap, I fucking hated Shorzy. And apparently I'm like the odd person. Like everyone finds him hilarious. And I'm like, dude, I fucking hate him. I hate him so much. Riley and Jonesy. Yeah, those guys are good. Like I really enjoy them. They bothered me at first. Yeah, they're bros, man. The whole bro thing is not necessarily, but there's something endearing about them.
You are fortunate to have fallen into the dame's good graces, but her influence wanes the further you stray from Northreach. Remember that, my wayward lamb.
It was way creepier with the serene music. He's not as two-dimensional as the way he is in the show. Well, that's good. That's good, because his character is, like, super annoying. It's not the voice. It's just... it's everything. Okay, it is the voice. The voice is bothersome, too, but... no, it's just... I don't like him. I never found him funny. I found him very irritating. I can't wait till he's not on screen anymore. I guess never he's not necessarily on screen. He's always like slightly off screen, screaming at him. So like the whole gimmick with Shorzy, right, is they don't like show his head. He's like Wilson from Home Improvement. Like it's just like usually his upper torso, and if he does have a head, he's got like his hockey mask covering stuff up. Do they ever like show him in the show? Because that would be hard. He's the main character. Is he like a what do you call it, Master Chief? Does he take his helmet off, or are they always finding some way to like obfuscate his face?
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived. They said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then? I see. My dear Tatienne. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
I think just about every game that I've ever played that's had a brothel and a side quest associated with it has a courtesan and somebody else running off and dying. I think like 90% of them have like the exact same story in them. And it's like, yep. You bought a turkey today for 45 cents a pound. We eating turkey this weekend. Nice, dude. How big of a turkey is it? And how are you preparing it? He's just straight up Jared Kiso. Okay. Facial hair and a fake missing tooth goes a long way to differentiating him from Wayne. Wayne is the name of the character. That's it, Wayne. That's it. I haven't watched Letterkenny in like a couple of years now. I don't think it was... I don't know if it was like immediately a Hulu produced. Was it like a Canadian show that was on Hulu and then Hulu picked up like the last couple of seasons and they like produced the last couple of seasons? I haven't seen those. Like I watched whatever like directly Hulu had picked up, and then I think I watched a little bit of one of the seasons and I stopped. It didn't seem as good. It seemed to go ahead, like the quality kind of went downhill for me, and I was just like, yeah, I'm good now. I got what I needed out of Letterkenny. I enjoyed it, and you were right, Teak. That was a good recommendation. It was pretty much right up my path. I enjoyed it quite a bit. The first few seasons were probably some of the best stuff. The later seasons got a little long in the tooth. A little long in the tooth. Just 12 pounds? 12 pounds is a lot of turkey for how many people there? You and your daughter? You're gonna be eating some turkey for a while, man. You can come up with some great things though. Turkey enchiladas, turkey sandwiches, turkey. You could make a casserole. Make a casserole. Oh, I don't know what else you could do. Probably like 10,000 other things you could do. Someone, quickly. That's a lot of turkey, man. There's a lot of turkey. An old wooden comb gifted to Tatienne by Madame Isabel. Several of the teeth appear to have been recently broken out with the kerfuffle, the scuffle. Kerscuffle.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
You pretty much eat your leftover turkey cold straight out of the fridge. You're like looking for food and you're like, yeah, all right, well, I'm looking for something. I'm just like nabbing on some, noshing on some cold turkey. I don't like cold turkey. Well, that's not true. If it's going on a sandwich, I don't mind it. But like, I'm not just going to eat cold turkey. I'll heat it up. 6 to 7 pounds after you debone it. Ah, yeah, you're right. The bones weigh a fair amount of, yeah. It's still a lot of meat. It's still a lot of meat. There's still a lot of meat. It's a few meals. You could do quite a bit with it. I like doing enchiladas though. Whenever we have like leftover chicken or turkey or something like that, I like making enchiladas with it. Open-faced turkey sandwiches, yeah, with stuffing instead of mashed taters. Mashed taters. I like that. Well, I want to eat some taters. I had a couple of baked potatoes. We did twice baked potatoes, and then I actually had a baked potato the other day. We had meatloaf. I haven't had like a regular baked potato. We make twice baked potatoes fairly often, not that often. Once every like 3 months or something like that, but I haven't had like a regular ass baked potato. I couldn't tell you the last time I had just like a regular baked potato rather than like the twice baked ones with all the like fixins and stuff jammed inside of it. Just a regular baked potato, so good. With sweet potatoes, what do you guys put on it? Do you guys do anything fancy with sweet potatoes? All I do is I add just like a little bit of butter, and that's it. I just straight up eat the sweet potato. I just eat the sweet potato. I don't like put like salt or pepper on there. Put like a small pat of butter, and that's it. And just glunk, throw it on down, because it doesn't need anything. It doesn't need anything. The sweet potato like has all the flavor that it could possibly need. Like I like tasting the sweet potato. Like adding like anything like cinnamon or nutmeg or like brown sugar feels like overkill. Like now if I'm making a sweet potato pie, you got it, or like a souffle, sweet potato souffle, you can have all that stuff, but like eating like a straight up baked sweet potato, I'm just like butter. You made beef stroganoff? Dude, I like beef stroganoff. Did you do it over rice, or did you do it over noodles from scratch? Sweet. I haven't been able to find cubed beef in a while. I wanted to make stroganoff. I went looking for it. I don't know, like a couple months, maybe a month ago. I went to like Costco and the local one of the local grocery stores, and I was like, "You guys got cubed beef?" Because you need like specific beef for like stews and stroganoff. And I was just like, "Excuse me?" Like nobody had, like they didn't have it. I looked for it for like a couple of weeks and I couldn't find it, and I was just like, "All right, I'm giving up." Butter and a bit of brown sugar, I got you. Salt and pepper on a sweet potato? Sure. Cinnamon and butter? I got you. Why can't you put salt and pepper on a sweet potato? People put salt on sweet potato fries. Usually make brown sugar butter spread for it. Egg noodles. Nice. That's good. That's good. One of my favorite versions of stroganoff was at Noodles and Company. It just sounds weird. Okay. Sure. I mean, I guess when you're used to like putting different things on there. I've had it with salt and pepper. It doesn't taste bad. But I get it. When you just think of like what people normally would put on like a sweet potato, and yeah, cinnamon and brown sugar and stuff like that, nutmeg, yeah. I don't like it when people put sugar in their grits. Yeah. I don't think that there is anything that I sprinkle sugar on. Oatmeal. Oatmeal's like the one thing but not sugar, like granulated sugar. I'll put brown sugar on there. I guess that's granulated sugar somewhat. I put brown sugar in oatmeal, from brown sugar and cinnamon. This is the only thing that I can think that I like actually put sugar into. Like after the dish is like complete as like a accoutrement. But then again, I put ketchup in my mac and cheese. I don't mind putting ketchup in the mac and cheese. I like, I'll put in ketchup or ragu or sometimes hot sauce. I'll do any of those. I like that tomato flavor in the mac and cheese. I don't know why. I'm with you, Willie. I like that. I won't do it. So if I make mac and cheese the night before, I'll eat the mac and cheese the way that it is. But the next day, when I'm like reheating it, that's when I'll add whatever the tomato thing is. Like if I got some like opened spaghetti sauce, I'll throw that in there. If I got some like, if I don't, I'll sometimes add hot sauce, and other times I'll add ketchup to it. I'm with you. I do that from time to time. Put peanut butter on your scrambled eggs. That is weird. If you were high, I'd go, that's normal. As a sober thing to do, that's strange. I wouldn't do it. I think that's kind of gross, but you do you, man. If you find it delicious, whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat. See, I put ketchup on. I love ketchup. I put ketchup on my ketchup. I love ketchup. If it's a cold cut sandwich, I put ketchup on it. So many people look at me like I'm strange. Like, you like ketchup? And I'm like, you like mayonnaise? Like, it goes both ways, man. You can't judge me if you put mayonnaise on everything. So fuck off. That's the way I look at it. Don't judge me in my ketchup. It's a good condiment. It's a good condiment. It's a great condiment. Fantastic condiment. I think it's just I have an obsession with sugar, my addiction, and I like that sweet flavor of ketchup. I would put barbecue sauce on it too. I know Teek's a big barbecue sauce person. I would do that. I don't have barbecue sauce like at beck and call like the way I have ketchup, but I would totally put barbecue sauce on like cold cut sandwiches too. Put peanut butter in your eggs when you were a kid and you loved it, so you do it. I don't see anything wrong with it. Then again, you love a good banana and mayonnaise sandwich. I mean, you are Southern, man. You are from Florida. What you know about that banana and mayonnaise is gross. That's gross. That's gross. That's gross. That's real gross. I remember the first time I saw a banana and mayonnaise sandwich, and I was like, what the hell is wrong with the South? What the hell is wrong with the South? When that dude across the border was like, when you boys get back up into Maryland, close the gates, I was like, no problem, man. If you can keep banana and mayonnaise sandwiches out of my general vicinity, I'm all about it. I love some Southern cooking. You keep that fucking banana and mayonnaise shit to yourself. I took a bite of one of those sandwiches, and it was one of the most gross things in the world that I've ever had. I had to try it. It was vile. It was vile. This is just not for me, man. This is just not for me. Nothing Sherman couldn't have fixed. Sherman? That Sherm? You putting that Sherm on things? Teek, you crazy? Teek Dustin. Teek Dustin. I didn't know Teek rolled like that. What other drugs you do, Teek? George Floyd loved banana and mayo sandwiches so much. His brother had to bring it up during his eulogy. That's crazy. Yeah. I can't believe people enjoy that so much. Ugh.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Or to mention the same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will. And thank you again.
That's big news. So getting into the capital, there'll be like less soldiers. You know, it's one of those things that when you grow up eating things, you don't think twice about it. If you're a kid and your mom gives you a banana and mayonnaise sandwich when you're a kid, I mean, you're just going to be like, this is normal. You know, like I did weird things. I used to eat ketchup and American cheese sandwiches as a little kid. Like that would be it. Ketchup and American cheese on white bread. And I would eat that as a kid. My mom said that she would eat ketchup and pickle sandwiches. Like, kids do weird things. Now, banana and mayonnaise isn't necessarily just a kid thing, but like, if you're like, serve those things your entire life, you don't think twice about it. It's why when we like, as Americans, we sometimes look at like other nations' cuisines and we go, ew, that's weird. But when you grow up eating it, you don't think it's strange, you know? Do you think we'll ever see another year as crazy as 2020? Probably. Probably. I hope not. I mean, honestly, I hope not. But maybe. Maybe. We haven't solved anything. Nothing's gone anywhere. You know, there was huge protests and stuff like that, but nothing got resolved. Nothing got resolved. And the way we currently are right now, it doesn't look like things are not getting better. I mean, look at the way things are. They reversed Roe versus Wade, which is insane. Like, what else is on the chopping block? I mean, like, things are going to come to a head at some point. Now, how that coming to a head is going to be, we don't know. Hopefully it happens in a very more normalized kind of way, you know, without any sort of antagonization. But, I mean, look at the way things are right now. Look at how divided we are. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that we could have a crazier year than 2020. In 2020 was we had so many things happening at one time in 2020. Everything was coming together. You had the whole Black Lives Matter protest. You had COVID going on. You had like all the election stuff. Like there was a ton of things happening at the time. A ton of things happening. Well, I guess that wasn't exactly 2020, but in that general time frame. So yeah, no, I think stuff like that absolutely could, and we haven't solved it. We've literally solved nothing. We just kind of like swept things under the rug and hoped that they'd go away. Like things kind of like calmed down. It was just an ebb. It was just an ebb. No, I wouldn't be surprised if something happened again. Well, I'd hope not, you know, fingers crossed, but I wouldn't be surprised if some dumbasses got a bug in their bonnet and decided to do something stupid. You wouldn't think that we'll ever see quite the grab bag of crazy that 2020 inflicted on us. I wouldn't have thought it would have happened in the first place, and yet here we are. So that just goes to show you. That just goes to show you about the Roe versus Wade. You're very proud of the pushback states, and it's good. It's good that there's pushback. There needs to be more of it. There needs to be more of it. We're kind of in flux. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I feel like the pot's still boiling. You know, we've left it on and they turned it down to a simmer now. It boiled over for a little bit and they were like, oh shit, and kind of turned it down. But that pot's still boiling. That water's still in there, you know. It can boil over again easily. We're We're on the precipice, you know, we're rocking back and forth. It just takes one extra little push to knock things over, you know? Too many metaphors there, but you get the point. Global pandemic, nationwide protests over racial relations, a presidential election, murder wasps. Yeah, it was a crazy year. I mean, but the pandemic didn't go anywhere. It's still I mean, the pandemic. Okay, they released the pandemic, but that thing that caused it, COVID, didn't go anywhere. Like, everyone just kind of willfully ignores the fact that it's just there. It's not as bad as it was, thankfully. You know, hospitals aren't flooded and stuff like that with people, and the inoculation seems to have helped with stuff, and people have been taking a little bit more precautions, but people want things to go back to normal, and I don't know. Especially KS in Ohio? Kansas? You watched the guy smoking a blunt, filming a rap video on top of a flipped over burning cop car on live TV. Yeah, that's wild. Interracial marriage and gay marriage were close for a bit, but now it's at a simmer. Okay. Just making sure that KS was the state. You could have capitalized those and it would have gone a long way, Bill. Honestly, when people throw acronyms out there, it's not always obvious. That's why I asked. We've talked about the before and after. We've talked about that before. I'm sure we have. I've got the memory of a goldfish. Yeah, I mean, all of that's still up in the air. You don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do at any time. Either way. I mean, to answer your question, Willie, I hope it doesn't, but I wouldn't be surprised. We're still a nation in very strong tumult, you know? So, fingers crossed. No, and maybe we can make some steps in the right direction. But the way things are right now, it's just very rocky, you know? And there doesn't seem to be... We're dividing further and further. And who knows what we can do. You need some, like, Christ-like figure to come down from on high and somehow unite everybody somehow. And that's not going to ever happen. 35K, you may still not have a car, definitely not a house. Well, yeah, and then there's like the wage gap too. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about a whole lot of things. For better and for worse.
Had another branded drop in the field yesterday.
Yeah. And that's why I apply myself to escapism. Video games, and movies, television, sports, and books. so I can gleefully live briefly in ignorance and forget about the worldly woes. It's a lot of wheat for a brief amount of time. One thing you think we can all agree on is no matter what happens here, we can have civil conversations and don't rage at each other? You mean here on this stream? Absolutely.
That's enough for today, Branded.
I've said it many times. You don't get anywhere without talking about anything. You can't... No progress ever gets made. And whether it's just a couple of people having a conversation or not, and whether we're in our own little echo chamber and we don't change anybody's mind or anything like that, the best you can do is be a civil person and respectful of those around you, even if you don't agree with somebody else's opinions on things. And screaming at somebody is not a good way to get somebody to change their mind. Ever. You know, and sometimes it's hard to have a civil conversation with somebody. I get that. Especially when you feel like that person is objectively wrong. But, you know, screaming at people just never gets anyone to change their mind. And even sometimes when you're presenting people with logical facts, they don't see things your way. And sometimes, you know, people are just going to be the way that they are. But, you know, you're never going to make any progress by screaming at people. So being civil and having conversations and discussing things, even hard stuff to discuss, I think is important. I think it's always important, which is why I try not to shy away from things. Sometimes things get a little excited, but I try not to, and I try to maintain, you know, some modicum of decency here, even coming from myself. And, I mean, you guys know me, I'm pretty opinionated. But I don't think shying away from things is the right approach either. Okay, we went to the wrong place. Oh, we're going up to that chapel. I got you. Yes, here at the Serial channel. Yeah. No, I think civil discourse is the only way to really make any sort of effort towards bettering oneself and, you know, community around us. Just ignoring things, you know, that can only make things worse. Where was the thing? Oh, it was way further over than I thought. Man, I thought we were going back to the town. Whoops. I should have paid more attention to the indicator there. I just ran off without thinking, as you do. As you do. How you doing this evening, Bill? You doing all right? Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. And we're going to the back of the chapel. I knew something was going to bring us over here.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
The back door? You mean like scaling the giant crystal and rappelling down? The pleasure houses. Shut up. How did we get here? Just skip the fun part.
Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really?
Keep it in your pants, Bill.
Private.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrec.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut. And how exactly did you come to know about this
fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's not important.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools, and the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic? Our fate means nothing to them. No, this isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. Ah, that'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
Oh, we can like... I got you. Let's go back to our hideaway first. We can go to Northreach after this. So Northreach is separate from the capital. Let's go home first. Then we'll go to Northreach. Oddly enough, you're wearing pants currently. You didn't change after your errands. Dude, like, the first thing when I get home from doing anything is I always put on my shorts. The first thing that I do. It's like, I get home, well, maybe not the first thing, like, I'll unload, like, groceries or whatever I'm doing, but yeah. Like, I'm like, yep, shorts time. Like, home time, you, like, take off your shoes and put on your shorts, man. Take off your pants and jacket. If you catch my drift. If you catch my drift.
Going purse weighing you down.
Oh, I do. I know you do. I know you do. Nasty son of a bitch.
Finished,
I know you do. I know you're kind. You people.
What do you want?
Let's see. Any reinforcing we can do here? We haven't been able to upgrade something in a while. No. You are also one of us, true. Won't fight that. Will not fight that. I will conveniently deny, but I won't fight it. Well, we have the flame tongue. That's like the best weapon we can get right now, it seems. Doesn't seem like there's anything else we can make here. Very, very disappointing. Where's the big dude? This is the guy I was talking about, Willie. Goots.
You're all right.
This guy's gigantic. You're like, you wouldn't expect the gigantic guy to have a high-pitched voice.
Clive! You're alright! I thought you might be... Ah!
That guy's like 3 times our size. You can't hear the audio in the game? Why not?
Clive! You're alright! I thought you might be...
Is it really not loud enough? Seriously, is the audio in the game not that loud, guys? Do I need to turn it up?
Just taking a quick breather, ain't I?
Like, that's kind of the whole point. It's pretty quiet. Do you have headphones on, or are you listening through speakers?
We're low on gig and toad oil.
Okay, I'll turn it up.
Should I put an order in?
I'll turn it up. Dude, I keep turning it up. I turned it up yesterday. I'll turn it up again today. It's got some, like, crazy range, too.
There's work enough here for 100, and not nearly enough able bodies to see it all done. The Hideaway is lucky to have you and Jill.
I just don't want the loud shit, like, making people go deaf. It's got some very soft stuff. Like, I don't know how I could manage that better. Here's audio. Maybe we could turn the master audio all the way up. Where was it? Hey, if ever you guys can't hear the audio, tell me.
There's work enough here for 100, and not nearly enough able bodies to see it all done. The Hideaway is lucky to have you and Jill.
That better? You want me to turn it up anymore?
Clive! You're alright! I thought you might be... Ah!
That work? Combat can be really loud. I could maybe then turn down the sound effects a little bit more. All right, let me know if it's too loud then.
Take a seat, Clive. I'll fetch.
All right. Here you go.
All right, no side quests or anything. We're up to date. All right, so what's Northreach? Oh, Northreach was the place that we were. Okay. There's nowhere to warp out there? That's interesting.
Are you gonna buy something?
I wanted to look a little bit more in the field area over there. So audio's good now?
That's the day.
Like it's a decent level.
You're one of the dames, I see. Well, you'd best be back to the Vale before the sun sets.
You know, I
Once
never
the men
want to
of the
be
garrison have filled their bellies-
yelling over anything. Like I don't want the game's audio to compete with me, obviously, but I want you guys to be able to hear it. Like, the way I try to do it is, you know, I look at OBS, I see where, like, the sound levels and stuff are. I see where, like, it's, like, peaking and stuff. I try to, like, gauge from there, and then also, like, how loud is it for me? Because then I can tell if it's soft for me, then it's gonna definitely be quiet for you guys. And so, like, I saw that the game audio here was definitely more quiet than, like, Final Fantasy Origins was loud as shit, so I had to, like keep that a little bit more turned down, but this one was a lot more quiet. I swear, man, I wish that there was some, like, industry-wide standard that, like, audio levels needed to be at. It's so frustrating. Like, a certain decibel. Like, everything is just, like, set to, like, certain decibels.
Stay down. It's over.
No, there's nothing like that. Nothing at all. It's all just one big mess. Everybody sets their levels to how they want it. I just want to, like, I just want to set things and forget about them, you know? Like, okay, this is the audio. This is what everyone gets. Everything's different. Like, understandable that, like, every system, so, like, if I switch from, like, my PC to, like, the Switch or the PlayStation or the Xbox or whatever that we're streaming from, makes sense, you know, that, like, those are gonna have, like, slightly different levels, but it doesn't matter. Even, like, on PlayStation or on Switch, every game has different audio levels. Every single game is different. I just wish that there was a little bit of consistency.
Look here, men. This branded would be so bold as to seek passage into our holy capital. Were he accompanied by his master, we might be compelled to grant it. But alas, he is alone, and the law regarding masterless branded is clear. Unless he wishes us to take him into custody, I suggest he return to his owner immediately.
I like the way that guy delivered that dialogue, man. This shit was nice. I don't like him. That was rude. Immediately. I thought there was gonna be, like, a town before we got here. You know how, like, a lot of castles have, you know, like, a little town on the outskirts and then the castle's in the middle. And maybe that'll be true when we get in there. Beyond the walls.
Mistakes.
I don't get why I would want to jump on the head of an animal. Like, why do you want me to do that? Like, they want me to do it, I just don't understand why. Like, what is that? How in a combo is that helpful? Oh, I wanted to... Yeah, I think we want to get the next level of this. Our limit break. Like, max out our limit break, I think. Because that gives us another bar. Then we get 4 bars. Alright, I don't know any of Ifrit's, like, the longer we have to, like, cause chaos and damage, I think that's a good thing. So, maxing that out. Alright, so now we're kind of dirt poor when it comes to this. I might want to master Rising Flame. I like that. We get more hits, which means more damage. Oh, we can only upgrade it right now. And that one does everything around us, and then this one is like the big one. It takes 2 minutes for it to reload, though, which I don't know if I want to use that, because it takes 2 minutes for that one to come back, and it only takes 30 seconds for this one to come back. So that means in the time that it takes 2 minutes for this thing to rejuvenate, I can use that 4 times potentially, right? So what's going to cause more damage? Like, I like that attack because it's like a bit of a AoE and it does like decent damage to things. But that one's an AoE too. What's up, Moxie? How you doing, homie? Welcome on in. How goes your day? I got the ground pound, didn't I? I don't know how to do that. Use X and square while in the air. Oh, I was doing it on the ground. That's why you get the lunge. You have to do it in the air. Oh. Nope. It's not too bad. Nice, so you can do a combo with it too. Yeah, that big burst is nice. I don't think I care about the taunt. Increasing the jump height. I don't understand. Like, I bought this, but I don't get it. Like, why would I want this? Can be used at any time regardless of Clive's recovery status. Use with L while stomping to determine jump direction. Tilt after stomping to extend jump distance or change direction. Like, but what does it do for me? Recommended for use with abilities like down thrust, which deal more damage when dealt from higher up. Oh, there you go. Well, then that makes a little more sense. So you jump off an enemy, you get more height, and then you can do the down thrust. It doesn't sound great. Charged magic reduces charge time. That's probably pretty good. Extends trigger window. I might do that too. Does this reduce charge time as well? Can parry enemy attacks when timed precisely? Really? Maybe we should pick those up. I don't know what I want to do then. I think I'm going to put the Scarlet Cyclone back on. I'm not sure if I want to upgrade one of those or a couple of these. We could get... I could charge the magic and charge the Burning Blade. Both are magic and like melee attack, and they'll charge quicker. Or we can do more damage with the Rising Flames. Or the Scarlet Cyclone. I think that also increases the hits. Yeah. They're both awfully fun to use. That's 500. That would leave me, I mean, not with 200, like 100 something or so. We wouldn't be able to buy much down here. And what does the lunge do? Increase lunge distance, ability potency increases with distance. Oh, you can parry with the charge too? Nice. I don't know that we've done that. Okay. Yeah, let's do Rising Flame. We can always reset this. So if I don't like what we did, you can respec anytime you want, which is really cool. So you can like play around with builds. Free respecing is dope. Dude, did you see how many hits that thing did afterwards? That was really cool. You see how I did the down thrust and then the magic? Alright. Alright. It was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. I like that. That was fun. Yeah, I kind of dig the sweep up. I kind of dig that. The extra hits on that seem to be very nice. You can launch... Oh, we already opened that. Okay, so we were over here. I didn't realize we had come this far. You can't launch big enemies, unfortunately. Disgusting. I should be able to launch whoever I want. Yeah, that instantly killed him. Dude, he's like a billion miles away. Why are you all the way up? Good job, dog. Nice, we got a level up, sweet. And $10, so we're rich. In case you didn't know, we are now rich because of that $10. Is there a glowy thing over here? No. Alright, I guess we go into the city then. I don't think there's anything else we want to accomplish or do. Oh, I wonder if... Hold on. Up by the chapel, we went through that gate. I wonder if it's open now and we can walk back there. There could be some delectable delights. Go team. Go team. Team winning. We're great. I'm excited to get inside the city. It seems so. Isabel told us that the which we had learned previously in a cutscene, that Oriflamme, whatever the nation here is, Sambraque, is planning on sieging a nation to the south. And Isabel told us that information, but it didn't seem like we relayed that to... There's nothing here? Dude, scammed. Really? Not even a treasure chest? This is the perfect place. Like, it's where a cutscene happens, so you're not allowed... You like, it's one of those places where, like, if you come back here, you get rewarded. But there's nothing here! So, back to what I was saying is that, like... But it doesn't seem like we relayed that information to Clive or Jill. We didn't tell them. She told us, and we haven't told them that they plan on, you know, marching their legions south into another nation, which would mean the capital will have less soldiers. We didn't want to convey that information. I feel like that's really vital information. All right, Drake's Head. In majestic silence, has Drake's Head ever stood vigil over the empire of Sambraque and its bejeweled capital? I don't know how to say that. Sanbreque? Sambraque? Barbecue? Sanbraque? I've heard people say it multiple ways. You have reached a pivotal moment in the story. If you continue, you'll not be able to return to proceed. Yeah, whatever. Return where? It's nice that the game lets you know you've got a point of no return here, at least for a while.
There are not nearly enough men here.
Then it's fortunate the city guard doesn't take sentry assignment as seriously as you do. This bodes well.
That'll be a first. This may not be such a terrible plan after all.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Only that your last secret shortcut was nowhere near as secret as you claimed.
Yeah, but that's half the fun of it. Life's too short for perfect plans. You want a plan that'll keep you on your toes, stop you growing old and complacent.
Worked for you, has it?
Clive, my boy, even life's smallest challenges offer the opportunity to grow and to change. You must embrace these moments. Allow them to suffuse your heart with a deep sense of fulfillment.
Narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy is not my idea of fulfillment.
Something wrong?
Not at all. Just wondering if the two of you had finished.
Right. We make for the Mother Crystal's heart as planned. Destroy it and the whole thing should come tumbling down.
And if the passage to the inner sanctum is guarded?
Then we embrace the moment and use it to grow and change.
Hey, we got 3 people. Or, well, yeah, including us.
Come on.
And dog, 4.
Try to stay out of sight.
Obviously.
Yo, they want me to employ stealth.
Passages empty.
Whoa, man, that is a huge crit. We're gonna break that whole thing? I hope we're not gonna be inside when it happens. Where's the castle, though? Are we broke into here? Or, like, in the city? Are we just, like, on one side? We're just at the docks. We're at the dingy, dirty docks. I hope we can go down there. There's people. They're patrolling. You can see someone way off in the distance walking around. That's neat. I love it. Giant gate. Oh, do they have a mine here? And $800? What can you buy with $800? You can get like 4 potions.
All right, not quite empty. Let's get this over with.
Do you think a gil is like a penny, or is it like $1? So like potions are actually $200, or are they $2?
I swear this passage used to be secret.
Of course it did.
Perfect plans, Clive. Perfect plans.
It's more than a pence, but less than a pound. Sure. I am sure that there is some nerd on the internet that's actually tried to figure it out. I doubt anyone has ever. I mean, every universe I'm sure is like slightly different too. Every Final Fantasy universe. Because I mean, in some games you can spend, you know, a potion's like $50. In this one, it's $200. And well, I guess it varies too. Like sometimes the further you go in a game, the more expensive potions can be sometimes. But I don't know, it's like Hyrule. I always think in Hyrule that a rupee is like a penny. Like green rupees are basically worthless. It's a penny. It's a penny.
They never stood a chance.
You're welcome.
I like how we're sneaking around.
That would be my guess. There are sentries everywhere.
Dude, this is neat. I like this. We are in like a mine. And they call it a mine. A mine. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Do we go fight them? No, we're sneaking in, but we'll still fight things. We'll fight everything. Don't alert them.
And all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more company from now on.
You think?
To arms, men! Summon the cannoneer!
Are the bats on their side?
Stay down!
What the fuck is he carrying?
I think this may be the moment I was talking about earlier.
What have we here? More insects come to be squashed? You will find my mortar and I only too happy to oblige.
With a talker.
Then let's shut him up.
Lies.
Not this time.
Dirty cheater.
Something in the air.
Ether. It's ether.
Then we better make this quick.
Keep hitting the wrong button. Dude, what am I supposed to? I'm trapped against the wall.
Too slow.
Follow up.
Not this time.
Why won't you die?
Is he?
Oh, bollocks. He's gone Akashic.
A what now?
Poor wretch.
Take your pity. We'll get none in return. There's nothing left of him but hatred and rage.
Let's end his torment.
Oh boy. What was that?
Not this time.
I can't move.
Torgal! Too slow.
This is cool. Yeah, that was fun. Imperial Cannoneer. Imperial Cannoneer. That was, that first phase we were able to, like, close to him, but he kept, like, backing up and using a lot of ranged attacks, so it was, like, hard to get in close to him because he had that, like, flamethrower attack. And I couldn't knock him out of that, so I wanted to, like, keep a distance, and he kept doing, like, range stuff. It made it hard to, like, get close to him. He wasn't doing as much melee. Cool fight.
I'll never get used to that. Akashic or no, he was still a man. A man who drowned in ether.
It's no way for anyone to go.
Come on.
So I guess Akashics when you introduce a ton of ether into your body and you kind of like...
God, duty's a death sentence in this place.
Lose it?
Not that Sylvester cares.
Like we've got... It's weird. I don't like the fact that they have like their Super Saiyan mode too. Like that feels like cheating. It's cheating. Cheaters. Dirty cheaters. Only I can go Super Saiyan with Ifrit. Ooh, can we take his giant cannon? I want it. I would like to use that, please. Oh, we're on an elevator.
Breathe deep of the blessing, my friends. You said being a dominant doesn't have its benefits.
Sid, this is an ether flood.
There shouldn't be one here, should there? The workers couldn't survive this.
Well, it wasn't here last time, I can tell you that. Which means we need to be quick. The ether won't hurt us, but I'd rather not find out what it's done to everyone else.
So if you've been exposed to too much ether, bad things happen. Gotcha. It's, it's bad for you. It's a carcinogen? I don't know. You only build up your limit break, I guess that's what they called it, when you're physically attacking, or at least it goes up really slow with magic, so we weren't building up our limit break all that quickly. Love that voice. Yeah, the guy that does Sid, I've heard his voice before. Usually plays like, he's usually typecast into like the bad guy role. I don't know his name. He's pretty much like a B actor, but every time I've seen him, he's almost always like some sort of like villain. That's just what Big Elixir wants you to think? Probably. Probably. Their lobbyists are really good, though. It's hard not to buy into the propaganda.
Oh, the miners. The gods.
Too far gone. The ether's made monsters of them. All we can do now is put them out of their misery.
Isabel said she thought the Empire might be planning to abandon the capital. Could this be why?
What? She said you could call her Isabel. Never mind. If ever there was a reason to up sticks, an ether flood would be it. Fuck me. Those guards at the gate. They weren't there to keep people out.
They were there to keep the Akashic in.
Hmm. Sounds like Ron Perlman. Ron Perlman's got a nice voice too. Let's look up the guy's name here. FFXVI Sid voice actor. Sidolphus. Ralph Innocent. Ralph Innocent. Ralph Innocent. I think mainly he's like a TV actor, but I think he's been in some big things. He was in The Witch. I think he was the husband in The Witch. You've seen that movie before. He was apparently in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. How do we do this? Let's bring up a picture of him. Here, I'll show you guys. I gotta switch my monitor here. See here, Ralph Innocent. If you see him, you might recognize him. It's that is. Yeah, maybe that's better. All right, where do we go here? Display capture. Which one is that? Display capture, right there. This dude, Ralph Innocent. Dude, oh my goodness. Where did that go? Oh, he's really tall too. He's like a giant. He's like 6'4", 6'5". He's a big dude. There you go. What is this one? Yeah, maybe not just the mustache. He's been a bunch of different things. As soon as I heard the voice, I was like, I know who that is. I didn't know his name, but like I recognized his voice like almost immediately. What else has he been in though? So The Witch might be like the thing that he's like most, maybe not most well known for. This is IMDb. There we go. Oh, he was in The Green Knight. That was good. Game of Thrones. Nice. I need to see The Creator. I heard it wasn't like a great movie, but as far as like popcorn, he was in Diablo 4, the new one. The Pope's Exorcist. There was a Willow TV show? Okay, well apparently he was in that. He was in The Northman. That was pretty solid. Captain Volodymyr. I like The Northman. Wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but it was solid. The Green Knight was really good. I would highly recommend checking that out. That movie was dope. If you like fantasy and like King Arthur, Arthurian fantasy, it's not really King Arthur. It's one of his like knights, well, sort of Knights of the Round Table. It's really awesome. What was trash? The Northman? You didn't like that? I like The Northman. Oh, the Willow TV show. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He was a voice in the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. I love that TV show, man. That was so good. I was so upset that they didn't get to continue that. He was in Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. He was a senior First Order officer. Good for him. Hell yeah, Star Wars. He was in the Sherlock TV series for an episode. He's done a lot of TV stuff. Absentia. Peaky Blinders. What the hell? But he's done a ton of TV stuff. He was in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Lot of bit roles. Lot of bit roles. Small roles. He's been in a ton of things. He was in a bunch of Harry Potter movies. Who the hell was he? Amicus? I'm guessing it's Amicus Caro? He's been in a ton of things. Absolute ton of things. Shit, he was on he's Finchy on The Office. No shit. That's the British office. That's the British office, not the American one. Not to be confused. Yeah, he's done an obscene, like, majority of the stuff that he's done, it seems, is he's just like he does small roles on, like, TV and stuff. But, yeah, he's been around for a while. Yeah, I would still call him a B actor. He's not in, like, big starring roles. He's in, like, side character roles, you know? He's not, like, the main character. He's a bit of a side character. He's been in a bunch of stuff. Just still relatively small roles, though. I would definitely call that a B actor. Dope. What were we even doing? I don't even remember what I was doing. Got distracted. He's got a good voice, though. It seems that he's been in, like, he's done a decent amount of voice work, too. I say decent, maybe, like, 10, 15 things, but it's pretty solid. He does have a face only a mother could love. It's unique. I don't think he's an ugly human being by any means. There are definitely ugly people out there. Like me. Him, though? I think he's got a decent face. It's not off-putting.
Doesn't look that far. Right.
It's gonna break, isn't it? He's fat. No?
Whoa, yo. Whoa. Some help. Hold on.
Again. That's the second time we've saved somebody from falling into a pit. We're really good at it.
Not quite as spry as I used to be.
All those jelly donuts.
Look on the bright side, eh? At least you won't get lost.
You could just tell as soon as they showed like the cutscene of him like getting ready, it's like, of course he's gonna fall. Of course he's gonna fall. You gotta be more subtle with your setup. You gotta be more subtle. War Cry. Some opponents will use the ability War Cry to invigorate themselves, enhancing their performance in battle. Performance-enhancing cries? Disgusting. What are you, Mark McGuire? Look for the icon and try to defeat them before they can deal too much damage. You got it. Who's gonna do it? Ow! Okay, I can't dodge two. Let's see if we can get some of these guys here. Peanut butter in oatmeal is a game changer. You know what I tried? So when I was recovering from my knee surgery years ago in like 2019, I was staying with my parents and I couldn't do much of anything, and my mom was like, do you want us to pick you up anything? And I was like, yeah, man, get some peanut butter ice cream. She was like, peanut butter ice cream? Like, yeah. If you can get straight up peanut butter, that's cool, or peanut butter and chocolate, or peanut butter and vanilla, whatever you can get. And so my mom found like some peanut butter and vanilla ice cream. And I was just like, yo, this is great. And it wasn't exactly what I expected it to be. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. It was just kind of but the peanut butter and chocolate was a little bit better. But either way, so a couple years later, I was just like, man, that peanut butter, I want peanut butter and ice cream again. You know, I don't know, I just got a craving for it, but I just had vanilla in the refrigerator. So I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I always have peanut butter. I make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches like once a week because they're freaking delicious. And yes, I'm still like 5 years old. They're fucking fantastic. And so I heated up some peanut butter in like a little dish, and I was gonna, you know, drizzle it on the ice cream. It wasn't that good. I was eating it. I was like so excited. I was like, this is gonna be freaking delicious. Ah, man, that's not right. It wasn't right. It wasn't the same. It was not the same. Whatever they do with the peanut butter when they put it in the ice cream, they do something different. Whatever extra chemicals they add to it, it's better that way. Because drizzling the peanut butter on the ice cream was a big letdown. It's a big letdown. I don't think I've ever tried peanut butter and oatmeal, but I'd be willing to try that. I could see that being alright. Now, you're from England, right, Moxie? I find that kind of surprising. For most Europeans I've heard from, you guys tend not to enjoy peanut butter. I think it's because it's like too sugary. I mean, now granted, you can get, you know, natural peanut butters. You don't have to buy the Jifs and the Skippies and the Peter Pans of the world. But I'm surprised to hear that. I'm kind of surprised to hear that. And good for you, because peanut butter is freaking delicious. But I guess you're a baker, though, and maybe that makes a difference. Maybe that makes a difference. You're north of me? What? What do you mean? You're in the States? I thought you were European. My bad. For some reason, I had this inclination that you were European. You're Canadian? Oh, no. I'm so sorry for your loss. No, I love Canada. They're great people, good people, fine people, lovely people. We're the annoying neighbors. The loud, obnoxious, annoying neighbors. Always causing trouble. Giving you Canadians ideas, though. You're welcome for the Republican extremism. You're welcome for all that and all the truck blockades. You're welcome. You're welcome. Ideas right out of the American playbook. You guys don't bother me, hell yeah. I like to josh. I have no problem with Canada. It's just fun. It's just fun. You guys and your Boxing Day, your early Thanksgiving. So confusing. Honestly, I'm just jealous we don't have Boxing Day. Who doesn't want Boxing Day? You blame South Park? Dude, I was joning on Canada before South Park was ever a thing, so don't worry. Us Americans have been making fun of Canada for decades, centuries. You know, don't worry. It's nothing new. It's not South Park's fault. They just allowed more people to make fun of South Park. They just did it on a bigger stage. We've always mocked you guys. And honestly, I think it's just jealousy. Honestly, I think it's just jealousy. Universal healthcare? Who wouldn't be jealous? You know, you got Mounties. That's really dope. We're totally jealous of Mounties. You've got Loonies and Toonies. I mean, that's already great. You got some great stuff. Though you do have Drake, and I wouldn't be proud of that one. We gave you Jim Carrey and Mike Myers. You can have them back anytime you want. No, I'm joking. I love Jim Carrey and Mike Myers. There's some great comedians and actors and stuff that are Canadian. Absolutely. We all get to share and love them, though. You know, they might have moved to Hollywood, but we all get to love their additions to the film genre. Oh, there was a switch. We all get to appreciate that. I wonder what we've given Canada. It was probably an STD. It was probably an STD. A little disgusting leakage. Hemorrhoids. That's what we gave Canada.
It's over.
Oh God!
Stay down.
Want to get rid of all the chaff first. That was way too early. Right into the air. I didn't get the, you have to pretty much get the counter at 50%. Hit the wrong button! Oh, we'll just break him. There we go. Okay, yep, that was stupid.
Not this time.
Wait, what are you doing? Untarget this guy! Holy crap! I didn't realize we were still on bird guy there. I like switched to the... Holy moly! That should do it, right? Yeah. I got a little sloppy there at the end. We were doing well and then screwed us. You gave us Fox News. You're welcome. Well, stupid Australia gave us Rupert Murdoch, so you know what? You can't even blame us for Fox News. You blame Australia for Fox News. It's Australia's fault. They gave us Rupert Murdoch. So we can't even take credit for Fox News. It's Australia's fault. Those fools. It makes sense, you know? There are a bunch of ex-cons down, or convicts down there, so, you know, they let one escape. Rupert Murdoch fled the emu wars. Got scared of the big chickens. It was a losing battle. We had to get away. The emus are fierce. Ooh, that was good. That was good.
I see they replaced that wooden door with something a little more sturdy.
I don't know. Looks kind of like a big turkey to me. Coral sword. I don't think I've found a weapon in the battlefield before. And it's better? Hell yeah. I like better. Yeah, is it finally better than the onion sword? Finally we found stuff better than the onion sword. They tried to give us the cheating sword and I wasn't gonna cheat.
On the count of 3.
What happened to 2?
Ask 1.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now.
It's very tiring.
As if that was going to keep us out.
Dude, I bet you kicking down that door, I bet you that made you tired. Anything that gives you, like, resistance when you hit it multiple times, you're just ready for a nap. Like, lifting a 40-inch CRT TV.
Is it? I can't see a thing.
On your own.
Unless someone's moved it.
Fully healed. Something's gonna happen here, though.
There's no one about.
I knew it would be big. But this...
There. That's our way into the inner sanctum. You'd think they'd have patched that up by now. Sorry state the Empire's in.
Wait. You don't mean...
Aye. My little game of hide-and-seek with Bahamut ended here. At tragic cost to this remarkable architecture. Don't blame me, you started it.
But how did you make it out alive?
I walked. You should try it.
You always heard this game was very meh, but you're thoroughly enjoying it? Dude, it's awesome. I haven't watched anyone play it, but I had heard rumblings from, like, Twitch channels and stuff like that, and chats and Reddit and stuff like that, that the game was, like, a lot of fun. But then again, there's always people that have, almost always, there's people that are just like, yeah, it wasn't that great, or it was stupid, it was terrible, I didn't like it. If it says Final Fantasy and it's a mainline game, I'm probably gonna eat that shit up. Their AAA outputs for their big titles, Squares, or I don't know what they do, but it's right up my alley. Yeah, I like it too. That's what she said. You know it. It's so pretty. It's so cool. The music is great too. Once they started with the organ, I was like, oh, what we got? Yeah, I like this. I can't wait to go inside. We're gonna go inside. We're probably gonna fight something, but we're also gonna go inside.
Oh no.
Them again.
There's something you two want to tell me?
Maybe later.
Oh! I mean, the combat so far is like pretty simple. You know, you've got your standard attacks, you've got your magic.
How could those creatures from Phoenix Gate be here in the mines?
Are the two places connected somehow?
But I still don't think that we've really got into like the nuance of combat yet. It's fun so far. It's a game loop that I'm enjoying. The story's entertaining. I like the world. You know, the whole political intrigue, and then all the stuff going on with like the bearers and slavery and all that. Like, I got it. Like, I like it. I like it. They're doing a good job of like setting things, setting the tone of stuff, and yeah, building the world so far, especially with the side quests and stuff. When we were doing that stuff just right before all this with the bears, and how like that town was like really giving you a huge glimpse into how people treat them, like seeing it firsthand, like them referring to them not even as human beings and stuff like that, and how they're being treated and all that, like us having to go around and like give them food because no one's even feeding them, like all that kind of stuff. Like I'm eating that shit up. I'm eating that shit up, man. Guess they're upset because it doesn't play like traditional Final Fantasy. And I bet you there's a fair amount of people that wish that the Final Fantasy games would go back to standard turn-based combat. Honestly, I've aged with Final Fantasy and I like where it's going. Like, as I've gotten older, I have found myself less patient for turn-based combat, and I find myself wanting to more actively participate. And so I like that a bit more. But I totally understand it when people want more traditional. And I hope maybe at one point, even if it's not like a mainline series, they create another big Final Fantasy game, spin-off, whatever you want to call it, in the more traditional sense of Final Fantasy, you know? Something maybe along the lines of like, you know, like the PlayStation era ones. I hope maybe at some point they revisit something like that. I think that would be great. You know, just to like say like, hey, remember this? Nostalgia baiting people, whatever. You know, because I mean, sure, you've got your Octopath Travelers and your what are the Tokyo RPG Factory games, whether it's I Am Setsuna or whatever those other two games that they put out that I own that I would love to play at some point. They're not like mainline Final Fantasy games. I would like it if they eventually like went back to it, but I really enjoy the action active combat. Lost Sphere is really good, but that's not Final Fantasy. That's it's like a different series. But yeah, Lost Sphere is great. Oh, Lost Sphere was one of the other Tokyo RPG factories. What was I thinking of? What was the Xbox 360 one? Lost Odyssey. I saw Lost, and my brain immediately switched to Lost Odyssey, not Lost Sphere. Right, and there's another one too. But yeah. Yeah. I loved I Am Setsuna. But yeah, those don't have the same grandeur or scale as a Final Fantasy game. You know, honestly, neither does Octopath. The first Octopath Traveler is a great game. It's a lot of fun, but it's not this. You know, and so I get that people want them to go back to it, but JRPGs are a hard sell, and I mean, that's what Dragon Quest is for, kind of, you know. There's your like hard stuck to traditional turn-based combat. If you want your traditional, that's where you're going for. Dragon Quest it's definitely changed over the years, but in very small ways, you know. It's definitely made the turn-based combat, you know, a little more fun, a little more tactical, you know, but yeah, it's more steeped in its tradition. Final Fantasy is kind of like evolved more drastically. I like what they've done with Final Fantasy. I like that. I like seeing that evolution of moving the active time battle more towards, you know, aggressive action. I like it. I like it. It fits me perfectly, but I get why everyone doesn't. Like, I totally understand why, like, people want it to return. Totally understand. It's shameful that Final Fantasy has more in common with Devil May Cry than Chrono Trigger. It's just evolved, man, and it's not going to be for everyone, and that's cool. And that's cool, you know? There's definitely a place for... It's not often that you don't see games evolve too much. I mean, just about every series has kind of moved into something else. It is evolution. If you've seen the way Final Fantasy has slowly changed its combat more towards action-oriented, they've taken the steps slowly. I would say that's evolution. Going from pure turn-based combat in like the first one all the way towards an action-based combat, you can see the steps from Final Fantasy X to Final Fantasy 12 to 13 to, you know, 15. Like, those big steps, like, you can really see them like moving closer and closer to more action, but they were taking those steps along the way, and then eventually it just became straight up action. But yeah, I mean, if you compare the end to the beginning, you can go, that's a complete genre change. But if you look at how they got there, it's evolution. You know? You know, if you look at the beginning of life to where it is now, you'd go, well, they're two separate species. But yeah, things evolve, and the game series evolved. It's not like they just, it's not like they went from Final Fantasy 1 and made Final Fantasy 16 or 15, I guess is where they started like the real action. Because 13 is still turn-based combat, just with like a pretty coat of action-y paint, and still turn-based combat. Like that was like the last one that you could have said this is turn-based combat. Then they completely eschewed it, but yeah, but it's fine with me. Like, I like it. I like what they did, but not everyone's gonna like that, and that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to, and you don't have to play them. I like it. Just hope Final Fantasy doesn't end up being just another button masher. And it's kind of what this is. To be fair, though, if you've played a lot of the older JRPGs, they're kind of button mashers too, but in a different way, you know? You know, you're just sitting there and hitting the X button to attack. You're just mashing the X button, attack, attack, attack. Whether you're just giving a command to, like, 4 different people. Like, standard combat is, I would say, button mashing in just a different way. You're not button mashing to, like, slash, but you're button mashing to fight, you know? It's the boss battles that ever make you, like, actually have to delve in and, like, think about combat. Most standard battles, you're just mashing on the X button to get through. Or you got, like, some sort of turbo option, you could just hold down the X button. But button mashing through menus. Exactly. I would say that they're, like, it's kind of the same thing. It's just how much more active are you in combat than that, you know? Yeah. You're okay with the concept, but it needs more structure. I like depth to combat too. There was some good depth to Stranger of Paradise. That action combat. I mean, sure, it's button mashing, but there's like a strategy going on. There's a strategy going on here too. You know, you just can't hit attack. You have to, you will die if you're not getting out of the way of things, and there's a little bit of depth to it. It's not super deep, you know, at least yet. That's why I'm saying, like, it doesn't seem too complicated yet, but I bet you the more stuff we delve in, the further we get, I bet you the combat will get a bit more complex, which I'm all for. But yeah, I mean, it's fairly simple and straightforward. I mean, yeah, Tika's right. I mean, this definitely has a lot more to do with Devil May Cry than anything else. But yeah, I mean, that was Final Fantasy 15 as well. I like it. I like it. I like it. It suits it as I have grown older. It's like grown with me and suited my needs as I've gotten older. I like the way Final Fantasy has come along in all the years, you know? But I totally understand that want for them to go back. Because it started as a turn-based game and now it's an action game. So I get it. It's not the same anymore. It's not the same. But fortunately, there are tons of games. There's just not many big AAA JRPGs anymore. Traditional AAA JRPGs anymore. And yeah, I would like to see another large AAA RPG again. I would like to. Turn-based. But I don't know that we ever are. But maybe some sort of, like, you know, cool side project. You know, I would love for a spin-off. Especially outside. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I would like that. I would like that. But you can find it elsewhere. I mean, they still have them. I don't know. Like, there's the Trails series, not Tales, but Trails, the one that Nihon Falcom is putting out, and that's been around for a really long time. What is it? The Steel Heart? What is it called? Like the newer ones? I think it's Trails in the Sky, right? Trails in the Sky. I think those games are still Legend of Heroes. I'm sorry. Legend of Heroes. It's not Trails in the Sky. It's the Legend of Heroes series, which has been around for a really long time. The Legend of Heroes. Trails of Cold Steel. That's what I was trying to think of. Those are newer ones, and they're like this. They're sort of like the Persona games. I guess there's that. Persona's kind of like your big AAA JRPG now, but I guess you're like steeped in, like, you know, visual novel in that, so if that's not really your bag, then yeah. The fuck is gonna take for Sega to put out Skies of Arcadia PC port? I don't know what's going on with that. I think... Well, I don't think Sega published that, right? They weren't the developer. They just published that, right? I think there's something that's like keeping them from doing it, or maybe they just straight up don't give a fuck. I don't know, man. I would love to play that again. I could never beat it on my Dreamcast. You're pretty sure it's first party? Okay. I know Sega published a ton of stuff back then and weren't necessarily the developer, so I made a guess there. For whatever reason, I thought that they were just the publisher. Yeah, Skies of Arcadia is great. I got all the way to the final boss on the Dreamcast, and there was a known issue with Disc 2. And it crashed right after the first boss. So I could never... the final boss, sorry. So I could never see the ending of the game. So I technically beat the game, I just never saw the ending. Which was very depressing. And I never got the GameCube. I didn't find out there was a GameCube version of it until, like, way too late. You're just waiting for the Digital Devil Saga remake. You're playing it fine anyways, man. Just grind. Developed by Overworks, an internal Sega dev team. Okay. Well, that's probably why I thought, because I was like, yeah. That's probably why I thought it was just them publishing, because I was pretty sure that I remember seeing, like, another, like, logo outside of Sega on there. So I just assumed it was a third party doing it. I got you.
Stay down.
Yep, yeah, I want to play that game again, too. What a fun game. Oh, God. No! I didn't want to target him. Okay, untarget. Where's the lich? There we go. Okay. Man, those delays. Fuck you and your delays, man.
This time.
There we go. How you doing, Smoke? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I recall that, you know, like the brief time that I spent with it back when it came out in like 2000, 2001. It was super duper fun. Missed it. I was on the wrong. I'm so used to just being on the fire class. Almost always switch back that I didn't do it. Oh god, the
Torgal, too slow.
keep making small mistakes and getting like absolutely punished for it, and deservedly so. Dang. When's the next cooking stream? This game copy pasta yet? No, no, not at all. Not at all. It's got a bit more in line with like your Final Fantasy Tactics, your Final Fantasy 12, more like, you know, Game of Thronesy stuff going on than anything else. You know, it's your high fantasy kind of like storytelling mixed with, you know, fantasy. It's pretty cool so far. I mean, we're still super early too. Dude, it could totally devolve into we've got to kill God, because that's usually what it is, but yeah, no, not so much so far. Man, I've played Unity, I've never played Syndicate, so I've played all the Assassin's Creed games up to 4, and 4 was like the last one I played until Syndicate, and then Syndicate made me realize I was just tired of the Ubisoft formula. But then I played, and then I was like, I'm not going to play another AC game. And then Odyssey came out, and they were like, this one's different, and I loved Odyssey. I loved Odyssey, but yeah, I've never played Syndicate or the other one that was in between Black Flag and Unity. There was one other one, the other sailing one. I never played either of those. Honestly, I don't know that I have much of a desire to go back and play those older Assassin's Creed games. I maybe would play the original one. I maybe would play the original Assassin's Creed, because I love... fuck you, Ezio, you're a giant garbage bag. I like Altair. Altair needs more time to shine. That's my dude. They gave that whiny prima donna Ezio 3 freaking games. Like, I don't want this dude. Get away from me, man. Why do people like Ezio so much? More Altair. More Altair.
Soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when
Black
I was last
Flag.
here. Then again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then.
Black Flag is the one that you're the pirate. That one's awesome. That's like actually really good. That one's a really fun one. That one's really good. Oh, his name? I don't remember. John Smith. Assassin's Creed 4. 8 IV. Let's see. Edward Kenway. There you go. Edward Kenway. Edward. He was a Welsh pirate. Welsh. I really like that one. That one was awesome. Like, that was... I was getting tired at that point of the Assassin's Creed formula. Like, I still like 3. I thought Connor was really fun. I don't understand the hate. Like, that was another game I played, and I beat it, and I was like, damn, that was so much fun. And then I read all the reviews, and they were like, this one's ass. And I was like, but I liked it. Aw, I really liked it. I liked Connor. He starts out as a whiny kid, kind of like Ezio. Connor grew on me, whereas Ezio never did. Like, I hated Ezio, like, every moment with him. Connor grew on me. Yeah, he starts out as a whiny kid, too. I don't know what it was. I just liked Connor. But, yeah. But 4 was amazing. 4 was amazing, and it kind of, like, brought me back into the like of, like, a... I mean, it was an open world game, but the pirate battles and ship battles and all that, there was just something refreshing about that. The Caribbean was cool to go around in. I really liked that one. I really liked that one. I really liked it. I hear Valhalla is a bit much. Really cool premise, really cool time period, Vikings, you know, but I heard that it's like a 300-hour game. Like, it's huge. That makes me scared. That makes me... I was like, oh, cool. Norse stuff, you know, Vikings, I'm all about this, hell yeah, this will be cool. And then they were like, it's like twice the size of, you know, Odyssey and Origins, and I was like, that's too big. that's too big. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. It looks cool. I don't know if I'm gonna play that one though, but there's a lot of content in that one. There's a lot of content. I mean, if you're loving it, that's good shit, you know? I think the next one I'd play is Valhalla. Not Valhalla, Odyssey. I haven't played that one. I like the whole Greek era mythos kind of stuff. It's kind of like a sequel to Origins, right? It's supposed to take place like within like a few years of it. So I do want to play that at some point. And I hear that you get a choice between a male and female character in that one, and the female was supposed to be the main character, and I guess somewhere down the line they like were forced to like put in the male character. So supposedly the female character was supposed to be the lead in Odyssey, which I think is cool. So I guess if we play it, we'll do that. But I don't know, man. It's a big open world game, and that's going to require a... Open world games for me require like a real big commitment, because you know you're going to be there for hundreds of hours. Probably like this one, you know. We're probably going to be on this game for a hot minute. I don't like playing them too often because it takes a toll on me. Bahamut again?
If I had to guess...
Nope.
Poor beast. Another victim of the flood.
What did they call it? An Akashic? Akashic dragon? Oh my god. I want to fight it.
Ready, Clive?
Yeah, Akashic dragon. Dude, I called it. Okay. was gonna say, is it gonna explode? Yep. Yep.
Not this time.
I was not ready for that. That's so weird of an attack. That was good.
Well done, Torgal.
Alright, we almost broke it.
Where's he off to now? Clive, look
Cauterize? What do you do?
That's better. Not this time.
Holy moly, man. Oh my god! Too early.
Not this time. Torgal!
Yeah, it really is a cool boss. Ah. Those angles are really hard to tell. Not a huge fan of like the checkpoint in the boss fight. That's something that I'm just not used to anymore. That's like that's something you don't see too much nowadays, is like midway checkpoints on bosses. Not that I guess I am opposed to it. I'm not a huge fan of that. No, don't go there! I thought I was holding down, and I thought, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we got messed up there. Damn it. I was just going to heal, too. Right as he was doing that attack, I was like, all right, let's get our heal on.
Too slow.
Foolish. So I didn't dodge it.
Not this time.
Lies. Lies! If you wait too long, you can't get this, it's like, it's not super precise. But if you wait like a little too long, you don't get that, I don't know if you'd call it a counter or not.
Too slow. Thank you, Jill. My wounds, boy.
Lurk. Alright, dude. You need to focus. This is all good, man. Enjoy your work day. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it. We were not in a counterable position there.
Not this time.
Oh, we almost killed it now. I didn't realize we had done that much damage. Oh, shit.
Torgal! Better already. Keep your distance, boy.
That is so awkward. Alright. That wasn't too bad. I just made a couple of small mistakes there. It's kind of hard to get the timing with the... If the camera... I don't know. If the camera was zoomed out like a little bit more, I might have had like a little bit better reading of those attacks. Sometimes you're like in a super awkward position and it's just hard to... When I was like more dead center on its head, I was dodging it a lot easier. When I was a little more off to the side, I found it a little bit harder to like time that like sweeping attack when it was coming from the other side, because I couldn't see it starting. Like I knew it was coming, I just couldn't see like when it was coming, and so it was messing me up a bit there. And that big cauterized thing was nuts. I don't know how we were supposed to dodge that thing. That was crazy. Sweeping back and forth. Cool fight. Very cool fight. Super fun. And I really wasn't using any healing. I don't think the game's like super difficult, and spamming healing's not like my big thing, so to give myself a bit more challenge.
Are you alright?
Fine.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after, by which I mean hunted. I just hope, in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice. That it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one. Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it?
So I think the idea here is that like these mother crystals are supposed to be like drawing energy from the land, like the life force from the land, sort of, kind of, right? That's what they think is causing the blight. There's still like, I don't know how many crystals there's supposed to be, but like 4 maybe. Can we see like the there's no world map here. That's what I wanted to bring up, was this. So there's one here, then off to the west there's that one, then in the south maybe this is one as well, and then off in the east there's one over here, and then there's another one over here. So there's at least 5 of these crystals here, right, that we can see for now. So do we really think like destroying this one is going to like get rid of it for everyone? There's still others. But I guess the blight is maybe the whatever the kingdom here is, the country Oriflamme. Maybe they're doing something to force the crystal to leech more energy than it's supposed to, and that's what's causing it. Maybe there's that, because they did say it was coming from around here, so maybe that has something to do with it.
We're almost there. Anyone having second thoughts?
Not me.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what are we waiting for?
I was like the warm-up boss fight. I like how this crystal was here and then they decided to like build a sanctum for it. This is dope. And we got healed. As a big chonker. And it's got its own like podium. How'd they do that?
beautiful.
The heart of Sambrak.
It didn't work.
Well, that didn't work. I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Taya's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here.
Oh, he's gonna go Rama?
That's more like it.
Clive, look.
What is that? Sid! Ifrit, I need Ifrit. Come to me. I can't do this without you. Not again. Where are you?
Hold on.
What?
Where the hell am I?
Why is he in half?
I've been here before. You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive.
I want to touch its dangly bits. pretty helpful attack.
By the flames. What else can he do?
Okay, there was nothing near me. I saw it too late.
Finished.
Well, I hit the wrong button. Hit the square button like an idiot because I panicked. That was lame.
That power isn't yours.
The first one of those I've missed.
This is mine.
Yeah, I got it this time. Giddy.
I remember now. I had a fire. I had it freed!
Oh. I remember how to do it, I think. Controls for Ifrit are as follows. X is jump. Since when? Were we able to jump before? I know evade, ranged melee. I wonder if it's going to be as clunky before or if it's going to be faster. Ability mastery is shared with Clive. Press triangle after executing a fireball burst, the iconic version of Clive's magic burst, to perform a devastating melee finish known as backdraft. Press triangle after executing a fireball burst. Okay. Use circle to sprint over an extended distance. Hold circle to lengthen the sprint duration and use L while sprinting to change direction. Okay. All abilities available while embodying Ifrit can be confirmed on the abilities tab. Okay, well. Dodging like wildfire. Using L while holding circle is an effective method to avoid Typhon's wide-scale attacks. That's what I was doing. Oh. I don't have any, like... I was trying to do like an R2 move, but we don't seem to have any like additional abilities as Ifrit yet. Like special moves. That was pretty easy.
It's done.
So oh no, that's like 5, 10.
How many more could there be?
Oh,
fuck.
why you got so many hands?
As you wish.
I want 4 hands. They thought I dodged there again. I hit the right button this time. Just be more patient. They give you so much time to respond to that. I like QTEs. They give a chance for like some silly epic moments that you know, don't really play, but I like it. Interactive cutscene. I'm all about it. Ow. But I dodged. Dude, who wants to lick this dude's pecs? Not me. Not me. Not me. That'd be gross. So Dragon Ball. I love how we pushed our energy ball into him. It was dope. We kept charging our spirit bomb. Even though we got like beat up a bit, we were like, oh no, we can charge our spirit bomb. Unlike Goku. Well, I don't know, guys. I can't charge my spirit bomb when I'm distracted. And we kept charging our spirit bomb. And then we threw it at him. He was like, I'm gonna block it. Well, fuck you, Frieza. And then we punched it. We were like, kablam! And Frieza was like, Wah! And he turned into goobirds. Goobirds. And then the planet exploded. But we won. It's exactly a win as planned. Reduces Flames of Rebirth cooldown time by 12 seconds. If that's the giant explosion thing, that could be worth it. I mean, 12 seconds. I mean, shit, if we're waiting 2 minutes, we can wait 12 seconds. Go Otters! That was a fun fight. And we didn't need to heal, and I didn't game over, ever, because I'm a gamer. No healing, no losing. We're winners. Winners get dinner. I already had dinner. So do we get... Are we getting Typhon's power now? Typhon was a summon in, like, Final Fantasy VII, right? I don't recall it being, like, great. It was like a goober monster, right?
Clive.
Well, enjoy your nap.
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't.
What the fuck, no?
I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... Think again.
What the hell is that?
Sid.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive, for so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Don't do this!
The rest is in your hands. The crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free, stop. Please. I can think of none better than you.
Too rude, my friend just died. Can I have a minute?
In ashen grip, let ember glow, to kindle flames anew.
Nice. What's up, bro? Couldn't have been that hot. We still got clothes.
Sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy? I saw you protect them. That was very brave.
He's a good boy.
I know you're there, Ultima.
Ultima's personified. Interesting.
Oh. You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
Will leave my brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
He's so smart, he laid a trap.
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
You take a feather from him?
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am? Just try and get to my brother now.
So he's like imprisoning him inside of him. Incendio. Meanwhile, the hideaway, okay. They found it. Are those the Iron Bloods?
Must be here. Must fail Lord Cook again. Find Sid, or we're all fucking dead.
Oh, this guy, that's right. He was like kind of stalking us.
Help us. Where is he? You'll do. Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go.
Not without this.
He went back for a memento.
Sid is not among the dead. Shall I send a Stolas?
That won't be necessary.
Tight. Right, so he killed Benedicta, so I don't know this other guy's name.
Fuck me! Where the hell are you, Sid?
I guess that's his
Where
people.
are you?
He's dead. Who's Harry Potter's friends named Peter or Jimmy? I don't know. Walton? That's a British name. Hey, Wally. Cost nice.
The finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar.
Come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a nice
steaks,
gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old courses you'll find elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
I've got peppers and peas, beans and beets. If it goes in a pot, I've got the lot.
Curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir. It's all fresh. Picked this very morning.
Restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices, harmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices. Might I interest you in a potion, milady? Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road? I'm sorry. I wish you well, but may the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices.
Hell's an unguent. 5 years?
It's good to see you, Sid. What have we learned? The bearers are locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town. And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way. Kupka's private guard. It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall. You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit in a god's forsaken slum.
So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer.
That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them. Damn it all. You're as stubborn as the old Sid was. Just don't say I didn't warn you. You're Sid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
What's that squeaking noise? Stop squeaking.
Please,
You gotta get some
don't know
WD-40.
anything. You have to believe us. We'd help you if we could.
But you're helping us already.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
No sign of Hugo.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
It's him, the outlaw. Sit here. Come on.
Nice sword. It's very skinny.
Summon the others.
It's like a Twizzler.
The bearers?
Safe.
The power of thunder. Sweet. Clive has claimed a portion of the icon Ramuh's essence. Attuning with Ramuh not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities, such as Thunderstorm, which rains 11 bolts down on all nearby enemies, knocking them back. What the hell's 11 bolt? I know what a Thunderbolt is. Ability details are found on the Abilities tab in the main menu, so whatever the special move is, right? Ramuh's iconic feat, Blind Justice, can be used to barrage a ball of lightning at up to 9 targets, determined by locking onto them. The lightning will temporarily remain affixed to a target and can be ignited by striking it. What? Okay, so you set them with lightning, and then it's kind of like a chain lightning, but you have to set it off yourself. What was it called?
Stay down.
The outlaw's in here. Bring me his head.
How many are there?
What?
Titan sends his regards.
No! What are you doing? Lock onto the dude that actually has the shit on him.
Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten!
I like kitten.
They brought a pet.
Ow.
You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster.
Republican War Panther. Hey, I thought I dodged it.
Nice try.
Made it kind of hard to see.
Nice try. Too slow. You're finished.
Easy baby game. The power of the icon Ramu made manifest. This shard of crystal tingles the palm and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. And the cat had it?
To hell with this!
That's the right reaction.
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
I just freed you. Don't spit at me.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. Bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us. We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals. Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Just leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
If you say so.
We should go.
What's up, Kale Gortrod? How you doing, homie? How goes your Wednesday? Okay. I don't like time skips in most storytelling. I feel like it's a cheap narrative trick. I'm not a big fan. Like, so much happens in that in between. Like, I want to be participating in that, you know? I want to know what's happening during that time period. At least do some sort of like conveyance. Oh, you were in a big fight. 5 years later, everyone's older and things have changed, and now as the viewer, we're lost again. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Like, I was all for it. All right, so we take over as Cid, and we're the new Cid, and we're trying to, you know, help the bears. I'm down with that. Like, that's cool. But, like, that's stuff that could have, like, happened. Like, we could have witnessed, we could have gone along with it. I mean, maybe they'll do some rewind stuff, but I mean, like, you know, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, stuff like that. I'm just not a big fan of time skips. I feel like it's cheap. Real fun. You went out to dinner with your lab, and then we all did karaoke. Nice, dude. Karaoke. Did you sing anything? I gotta go pee real quick, so I'll be right back. Dude, normally I go pee earlier than this. I've been holding my bladder since for like an hour and a half, man. Ugh, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Hells yeah, a lot. What did you sing? What'd you guys sing? And was it sober karaoke or was it drunky-okie? Time just keeps on slipping. It's skipping. I thought it was slipping into the future. I gotta fly like an eagle into the sea. Go piss, girl. Cat piss. Cat piss. You chose Sweet Caroline to get everyone going. Oh, some Neil Diamond. That's nice. My first concert was a Neil Diamond concert. When I was a kid, my parents like to what I call abduct us. They'd be like, "All right, kids, we've got something special. You got to get dressed up." Anytime my parents were like, "You got to get dressed up," I was like, "I'm gonna hate whatever we're gonna go do." We actually didn't have to get dressed up for Neil Diamond. They were just like, "All right, guys, we got something special." They wanted to go see. My dad loved Neil Diamond. Loved Neil Diamond. One of his favorites. So they abducted us and took us to go see a Neil Diamond concert. And my parents, I was so bitter. I was just like, "Yeah, I don't want to go see Neil Diamond. This is fucking stupid. you gotta bring me to this garbage. I didn't say that because I wasn't that kind of kid, but I was upset. and then we got in there. It was a cool. Once it started up, man, we were in a huge stadium. Something that doesn't exist. It was the Capitol Center, which doesn't exist anymore. They tore it down. US Air Arena. It's not there anymore. It's a mall now. But that was cool. It's the whitest thing since White came to Whitetown. It's Neil Diamond. Some were drunky-okie. Finally had one soju shot. He had to drive home. Well, good for you. Way to be a good human being there. You like singing Closer by Nine Inch Nails? I am very unfamiliar by that. That's awesome. That's super awesome. So what else did you sing, though? You said you sung a bunch, aside from Sweet Caroline by the Neil Dimes. What else you got going on there? Many moons ago, me and a buddy went to... I don't remember whether it was like a Capitals game or a Wizards game, but we were down in DC and we were hanging out, and he was like, dude, I want to get some food and you want to go sing karaoke? And I was like, yeah, man, let's go sing karaoke. Sure. So we found a place, and we found a sushi place. He wanted to go get sushi, so we went and grabbed some sushi in Chinatown. Got sushi in Chinatown. And we went to the lady and we were like, so where's the karaoke? And she goes, oh, dude, I'll get you guys set up. And I was like, set up? What do you mean set up? And she was just like, yeah, just follow me and I'll take you to where the karaoke is. And it was like, okay. So she like took us upstairs down these like winding hallways to rooms. And I was like, rooms? I wanted to be in front of like 100 different strangers and embarrass myself. And she was just like, okay, have fun, guys, and like locked us in a room. And I was just like, it's just the two of us. I don't want to sing to you. This is awkward. I want to sing to a bunch of random strangers. But it was just like, fuck it, when in Rome. You kind of like, I think you could like pay by song or like the hour. But it was one of like, they had like a hallway of like private rooms that you would sing karaoke in, which is kind of disappointing. I guess it's more fun if you're with a party, like if you have a bunch of people. It was just the two of us. I thought she was gonna like take us to like the bar area of the restaurant, you know, and instead she escorted us into a room, and I was like, what's about to happen? Like, is this sexy-oki? Like, him and I together? All right. This is gonna happen. Who's got the lube? I was just very confused. It's the I wanna fuck you. I'm assuming it's not shit you like an animal or darn you like an animal. Fuck you like an animal. I don't know what that is. I don't know Nine Inch Nails. I don't know that I would be able to, outside of that Johnny Cash song Hurt, right? That's Nine Inch Nails. I don't think I would ever be able to tell you a Nine Inch Nails song. I had some friends that love Nin, but I couldn't. I don't know them at all. That was 3.5 hours before you left? Wow. You sang some T-Swizzles, some Jonas Brothers, Neo, shut the front door. Neo's still around? Drake, some Kanye, some Coldplay. I judge you. Coldplay does have some catchy ass songs though. Feliz Navidad, that's not a group. I just wanna sing Merry Christmas to ya. That's Jose Feliciano. Well, or that's like the more well-known one of Feliz Navidad. I like Jose Feliciano. He's got a bunch of good tunage. We did a lot of sing-alongs. Jose Feliciano has a great version of oh god, it was a Mamas and a Papas song. Well, I stepped into a church along the way. What is that one? I got down on my knees and I started to pray. California Dreamin'. There we go. I knew if I kept singing it, I would get it. California Dreamin'. Jose Feliciano's got a great cover of California Dreamin'. If you like that song in general, I would just check it out. It's great. Feliciano, he's got some good stuff. I like his shit. And I like the way he, like, mixes it up. Like, a lot of his music's in Spanish, but he does do, like, a little bit of Spanglish and then, like, just straight English. I like how he mixes stuff up. He's fun. He's got a good voice. Yeah. Yeah. I would highly recommend checking that out. Yeah, California Dreamin'. That's a good one. It's a good cover. It's a really good cover. He put some feeling into it. But I'm glad you had a good time, man. And it seems like you're saying a whole lot of stuff. Were you trying to seduce anyone? Like any of your lab mates? Were you trying to be like, hey guys, I'm gonna sing some. Like Neo's got some love songs, right? You trying to do some winking? What kind of Taylor Swift were you singing? Unable to travel to this location. It's probably because we're there. What is this location? You don't even get an explanation. So technically we're not there. It sounds like you had a good evening, though, and that's awesome, man. I'm glad you had a good time. And you get to bond with your lab mates. That's always good. Creating possible friendships. That's good stuff, too, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was all for fun. Mostly songs that other folks chose. It was a good time. Oh, sweet. What'd you guys do for dinner? What kind of dinner did you have? Me and a buddy, many moons ago as well, we did a duet rendition of Countdown to Major Tom. You would think that that wouldn't be a very duet kind of friendly song, but surprisingly, you know, throughout that song by David Bowie, there's a bunch of like harmonizing that happens in that one. Like he's got the person counting 10, 9. So we actually did a pretty good job of that one. We killed that shit. Normally you have like one person like going like, yeah, I paid attention to that and clapping, but like everyone, it was the bad. Like people actually came up to us and said you did a good job, and that felt good. That felt good. That felt good. A higher end Chinese place, real tasty, dude. Sweet, dude, man. Chinese. I need to get some Chinese food again. Yeah, doing karaoke's fun. Doing karaoke's fun. Especially when you have that one person in the group that's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And then they get up there and they just have a blast and you're like, yo, hell yeah, you had a great time. I made you have a good time. You had a good time because I made you. Like they're like looking through the catalog and they're like seeing stuff and they're like, oh, that's a nice song. That's a nice song. But I could never get up there. I could never get up there. You give them a little encouragement. You get up there and do something and go, yeah, come on, man, this will be great. And they get up and they have such a fun time. Oh, it's good. It's good. Karaoke's a blast. Karaoke's a blast. You're such a dingus? Who's a dingus? One of my favorites. I like singing Barry White. You're playing a game, it's so plain, you want me to win. Yo game, baby. Dude, if we could do karaoke on stream, we should do karaoke on stream, but then we get copyright striked. And then we get copyright striked. And we can never do it again. Banned from Twitch for bad singing. Benumir?
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery. Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
Ew.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
You shut the front door. That's not my lover. Well, if anyone tries to invade us, we'll see them coming. Home sweet home.
Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see him.
Never a dull moment.
So, I mean, I guess that's cool that we'd see him, but, like, there's not really escape from here. No. Whoops.
Last I saw, he was in the mess, as always.
What was your favorite song that you sang tonight there, Kale Gortrout? What was your jam? Or what was the song that was just like, you just enjoyed it, whether it was yours or somebody else's? Like, who killed it?
Finish with that log so we can call it a morning.
Almost done.
Otto will want to know what happened in Cosnus. I expect he'll be in the mess.
Again.
Cosnus. Okay, not Cosnus. Cosnus. I want a pet dog though. Can I be El Cid? I want to be El Cid. The Cid. Can I please? Ugh! Lucan Lark's tongue. Yuck.
As hither yon dance autumn winds atop the autumn peak.
Punch him. Smash his loot.
Of Sid's return the faithful sing across the blighted mead.
Yeah, definitely smash his loot. Smash it. Where's the take loot and smash button?
I am a tinker by trade, but I've always been fascinated with the art of healing.
If only there were a salve to mend a broken engine.
Make one? I don't know.
Shelves are closed. Sign outside should have told you. Yeah, the sign outside should have told you.
But there's no sign.
Yeah, I know. There's no sign. Kids are stupid. What do you expect?
Well, I should be getting back to it. Unless you'd rather...
Have we any more knuckle pies?
Oh, sadly not. Molly used the last of the chocobo in the stew.
Knuckle pies. To marinate yard chocobo. Y'all eating chocobo? Yo, I'm down. Prepare hen by draining blood and removing both head and feet. Offal, particularly the heart and liver, should be set aside for use later. Give it to dog. Stir into a deep bowl watered wine, preferably of the red variety, honey, salt, pepper, nutmeg, any other seasonal savory herbs, if you so desire. Add to the bowl the dressed bird, and let lay in a dark room for a single turn of the sun. I mean a day. Break the breastbone, and ready your force meat thusly. Chop together the heart and liver of the chocobo, and mix it with the crumb of a stale barm and a pepio or cupo nuts soaked in boiled cream, beaten mace, and as much thyme as will lie on the gill penny, and fill the bird, but not overly so. Lard the breast with boar bacon and spit the bird, tying it at both ends that the force meat not spill into the coals. Roast until skin is golden brown, taking care to baste regularly with drippings. Drippings. I'm getting some drippings just reading this. I'm salivating. Now we're eating chocobos? I mean, you think people don't eat Pokemon? Of course we're eating chocobo. My force meat's always ready. Gross.
You look like you could do with a drink.
Buy around for the hall, chat with Maeve, order a drink. Ooh, she looks saucy.
How am I getting on? About as well as you'd expect of a barmaid pouring sour ale for penniless outlaws in the middle of the Deadlands. And it'd be worse than that if Molly here didn't make the best stew this side of Stonehair, even if it is mostly just yesterday's leavings. Don't tell her you heard that from me, though.
Oh, she's delightful. Okay, goodbye.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
I'm not giving you money. Are you crazy?
Clive, you're back. You didn't happen to run out of potions while you're away, did you? We've a fine selection of tonics and tinctures. Or perhaps you'd be interested in some new gear.
Yes, accoutrements is quite a hard word to say.
Business?
I often struggle. Ask about the past 5 years. You know it. A coochie's? No, it's not a coochie. You freak. Has it really been 5 years since we left the old place? How time flies.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
We were all waiting to treat Sid to a hero's welcome. Then Kupka's lot turned up. Not that we knew what it was then. Not that we knew that it was them. They just poured in like a plague of rats, cutting down anyone and anything that stood in our way. So Kupka is like the big Titan guy. All right, we got to remember that. I think that's like the area we were in the south there. Blood and bodies everywhere there was, and a voice crying out for Sid to save us in the midst of it all. I'll never forget those cries. Try as I might.
You're our leader now, Clive.
You know it, lady. Promise me you won't let anything like that happen again. Promise me that come what may, Sid will save us. That turn of phrase hurts my brain. Come what may. You.
They won't hear me complaining.
It's even roomier than the old one was. Got my own stores, my own little counter, and thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty of demand for me wares.
The only drawback?
The only drawback's the constant bloody racket. If it's not Dories and Otto barking their orders, it's Blackthorn and Bardolph banging away day and night.
Still.
If a pain in the ear hole's the price, dude, ear hole, I be saying that all the time. No, I call it ear ball. I call it ear ball. Damn. Still, if a pain in the ear hole's the price I have to pay to be Sid, the outlaw's partner in crime, I'd say I've got myself a bargain. Browse Karen's toll.
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
Dude, it's been 5 years and you don't have anything new to sell? Interesting. These are like helper ones. Automatically charges magic. Increases limit break generation amount by 3% when dealing damage. The Channeler's Whisper could actually be really helpful. Increases limit break generation amount by 6% when taking damage. 3% dealing. I mean, 3% isn't a lot, but it's helpful. They seem good. I mean, we could only buy one of these. I like that automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Kind of like that. Oh, this is music. It's way too expensive. Oh, an elixir. Instantly restores all HP, and it's 10,000 dollary dues. I don't think I'll be buying that.
I don't know. Perhaps I should just have a break.
Have you been to the toll? I hear a new shipment's just arrived.
Oh, no. I still owe her for the hairpin I bought my wife.
I have been to the toll. She's scamming. Off limits, that means me. Screw you.
If you told me you could fire a forge without a crystal or a bearer before I came here, I'd have taken you for a madman. But no, here it is. The secret's in the bellows, you know. They're Master Sid's own design. The other Master Sid.
Ah, the dead one.
Back, are ya? Things here ain't too bad.
I suppose I've got a decent hammer, a decent anvil, and an apprentice that knows his hammer from his cock. Oh, and the furnace is all right and all. Thanks to old Sid's bellows. The gods only know how I'd keep the coals hot enough out here on the mere without them. Not with bloody crystals, that's for sure. No, I reckon you won't find a forge like this one anywhere else in the Twins. I count myself lucky to work it. Thanks for keeping me on. You need anything, you just give us a shout. Hey, look, it's not the game said it. 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 I just read it.
You've forgotten already? Because I haven't.
It was a right pain in the arse getting this place into shape, especially with the mess we were in. Not that it was anything new for those of us who put the old hideaway together.
Still.
That don't mean I intend on doing it again.
So, what'll it be?
Here, we can make Levin Bolt. That's a lightning shard and the flame tongue. Okay. Right, there's nothing there that we can craft. Nothing there. Right, so we might make the Levin Bolt. We'll see what else we have going on here. I don't think there's going to be anything we can really do anything with, though. Whoops. Yeah, we don't really have any new accessories. Yeah, all right. Let's make the let's make the Levin Bolt. Flame Tongue, which we have. I guess so we made the Storm Cry, and then you use the Storm Cry to make the Flame Tongue, and then we're using the Flame Tongue to make the Levin Bolt.
Should last you a good while.
Hell yeah, equip it. And yeah, you can't reinforce it. I guess the blue ones you can't, like, build up. The red ones you can, though. I think those are red. Or brown. Definitely not green. Are they green? The icons are too small. They look green. They look green. It's too small, man. It's too small. It's too small. It's a green dot. Fine. Fine. Jackin'.
Look, Sid. Squeaks wants to meet you. I can keep him, can't I? Can't I?
He's an amateur twitcher. Kids these days, man. I'm also an amateur Twitcher.
This plank will have to be replaced.
Nearly half the crates were lost to bandits.
I also am amateur.
Where did I put us?
And they bloomed at all, isn't
It's fun to be amateur. Where are we going? Oh, is this the quartermaster? Nigel head. Oh, Nigel head botanist. There's a comma there.
Much was lost when the first hideaway fell. Colleagues and friends. Years of hard work. But we did not let that loss defeat us. And our work will not be in vain. No. The spirits of our fallen comrades live on in every leaf and limb you see here.
Well, if there's one thing I know about the ocean, and it's a lot, that it's a great place to grow plants. Experimental record, Bohemil head botanist. Mixed equal parts first-rate vineyard hummus from Gotland's bales with Deadland soil. Of the 6 cuttings planted herein, 2 survived to flower, only to wither and die within a se'nnight. Even amalgamated with the finest imperial loam, the blighted earth is still affecting a nutritional deficiency. It might be remedied with some further source of nourishment, saltpeter or potash, or the dung of a racing chocobo. This shall be the subject of my next round of experiments. I'm sure. The foundation of Valisthian botany. Morbol tendrils. After excising from the trunk, dry for 3 to 5 turns of the sun until brittle to the touch. Grind in mortar and add to warm curl milk to remedy gout, melancholy, and moon sickness. What the fuck? Caution, recommended when harvesting as the host may grow disquieted. Moon sickness. I'm sorry, you're just having a case of the moon sickness.
It's the water.
Oh my, I am just overcome with the vapors. That moon sickness is just giving me a draft.
This ton here pulls the black from the lake water and renders it pure. You'll have to ask Mid if you want to know how it works, though.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Moon sickness. It's a hilarious name for something.
Charlie says I can't go and play until I finish my sums.
Well then hurry up and finish them! We need 3 for curling geese.
Hello, Shirley.
Ah, Sid. We were just about to start our next lesson. You're welcome to join us, but be warned. I tolerate absolutely no tomfoolery.
What? I'm not a jokester.
Good day to you, sir.
Nah, I totally am. Class clown. At your attention. Oh, we can read a book. Read a book, motherfucker, read a book. Book of Sums. Old farmer Otto keeps both chocobos and antelopes. After 5 of his stock fell ill, he put them in his barn to rest. However, Otto woke the next morn to discover that a leg eater had found its way into the barn and devoured 3 of the limbs on one of his antelopes. To make certain all remaining legs were accounted for, he did a tally and was satisfied when he counted 13. Question, how many chocobos are in the barn? What? Drink some water. You should drink some water. Brush your teeth. The song was hilarious.
Sid, what's the special occasion? You're welcome to join us for a spell, if you think Jill won't mind.
I think about it quite often, for whatever random reasons. It just pops into the head. Suspicious
What's
character.
The matter, Sid? You look as pale as the day your predecessor slung you in the cell next to mine. Not about to have another fit, are you? Of course you aren't. You're a changed man now. We both are.
Is the new Avatar game out?
Eat up. You won't grow fat pecking at hay.
The lawsman says I can borrow as many books as I can carry. This was all I could carry.
Just one. I really liked the 360 Avatar game. Was really fun. Like it was a super duper blast. It must be people are streaming it. Oh, okay. I didn't hear much about it. Like I remember hearing about like the trailer. I watched the trailer. I guess that was at some like game event or something like that. I haven't really heard anything about it since then. I've not heard any chatter.
No one works longer or harder than our Otto. You can scour the whole of Storm and Ash, and you won't find a better man.
Oh, someone's got a crush, Nasty Asta. Oh, girl, I'ma tell.
Escape from the slave markets. How'd you manage that?
I had some help, but it was mostly luck. The others weren't so lucky.
If it's at all any fun, I think it's like a huge open world game, but if it's any fun, I may check it out at some point. I hate the Avatar movie. Okay, I haven't seen the second one, and I'm not doing that, but if it's fun, I'll check it out. Fun gaming is fun gaming, you know? Compendium of Rosarian Verse. The rills run red with brave men's blood, and to the talons flow and flood, then out to sea. But those same souls, whose souls are touched by flames and phoenix claws, are clutched, and ne'er shall they die. So dry thine eyes, thy groom is gone, but in thy babe his light lives on, and so shall he. What a great poem. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Like it's seven snaps. Now burn it, so I shall never read it again.
Lady Tyre is performing a delicate operation and must not be disturbed. I'll let her know you called.
They gonna force me to speak with Otto? Nope. Nectar! You're wondering what this new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time, my furless friend, all in good time. I mean, I wasn't until you said, are you wondering? And then I was.
If you don't mind, Sid, I changed the linens in your chambers while you were away.
You changed the linens in my chamber? How dare you? It was just getting smelly the way I like it.
is brewing. I can feel it.
A history of Valisthian jurisprudence, the Continental Accord. The signing of the Continental Accord marks the beginning of the modern era of Valisthia, where the realm had once been riven by hatred and mistrust. The Accord builds bridges affecting many of the areas of realm-wide cooperation that persist to this day. The shared currency, shared calendar, and common system of bearer ownership chief among its epoch-making achievements. Alas, in the years since the Accord signing, many of these old rifts have reopened. It is for us to follow in the steps of our forebears and wholeheartedly endeavor to usher in a new age of peace and unity. Unity! I'll have to check out the Avatar game.
Have you finished sorting those reports yet?
But the 360 one was a lot of fun. Surprisingly. You know, licensed franchise games can more often than not just be cash-ins. I'm looking at Golem and King Kong and all that, so I guess if like James Cameron has anything to like do with it or say about it, I'm sure it's got something going on. Just prudence. Oh, this is my bedroom? Damn, I'm living good. Wall of memories. I only got one memory. The Oath. Created the day Clive pledged his allegiance to Cid, this crystal shard transfixed with twin daggers is a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. Did we just like start the game? Look at all these walls of memories items. Oh my god, did we just start the game? Was that all the tutorial? Dude, that was a huge tutorial. That was a huge tutorial. How long is this game gonna be? We gonna be in this game for like 600 hours? I mean, I'm ready. I'm just saying. My body is ready. So when does this Avatar game take place? I haven't seen the new movie, but is it within that like time frame? Is it like a prequel, a sequel?
Clive, is everything all right?
Hortense for the store. Congrats, you've completed the tutorial. Thank you. Thank you. It was very hard. Very hard. Only real gamers have beat the tutorial. Where's everyone else's room? Like, I got like a huge room. Where does everyone else stay?
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
Who is it though? Vivian.
I learn something new, you'll be the first to know. Now off you go.
I'm down with Vi. What's up, Vi?
I trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here?
This is not my house.
Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
You call it Yaren? That was a H?
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
Oh, I could do that. That's cool.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
Let's talk to Vi again.
Ah, my favorite pupil.
Oh, I'm gonna ask about Vivian.
One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters, military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way toward a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And of course, to pay attention during my lectures. It would not do to appoint the storied Ninetails as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice. It's about coming to the hideaway.
I admit.
When I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Conver, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life, and we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely have proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease of life, as personal tutor to a band of outlaws, no
A
less,
far more reputable fellowship.
than anything in the academic world, I assure you. Ask about the Crystalline Dominion.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Valisthea, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its lands even now remain untouched by the blight. It is a blessed country indeed.
Or at least, it was.
Until Sanbreque elected to invade and establish a new holy capital upon Twin Sides' heretofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I love so changed, and even more to know that I did not predict it. I knew that Emperor Sylvester had designs on the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme, the seat of the Holy Empire, since its inception, seemed too audacious a move even for him.
How may I help you today?
The state of the realm. By speaking with Vivian in the Hideaway's map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-ons in Valisthea, revisit any of the Nine Tails' past lessons, or take a deeper look at the relationships of those individuals in Clive's orbit. What? An overview of current and past Valisthean affairs, and a comprehensive grid of important persons and their respective relationships.
Here's the latest information I have.
The Grand Cast. Here you can view a detailed visualization of character relationships in Final Fantasy XVI that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Use, I think that's L2 and R2? L1 and R1. Man, it's so tiny. To cycle through pivotal milestones in Clive's adventures. Man, I got old ass eyes. We just have like 6 people here. This is too much. This is too much.
Here you are.
The situation map. Here you can view a detailed overview of current and past events relevant to Clive's story that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Use L1 and R1 to cycle through the pivotal milestones in Clive's adventure. Oh, I wanted to see, like... Yeah, like, when it was, like, being built back up. Clive returns to the hideaway to find it in ruins, devastated by Hugo Kupka and his minions. He refuses to let Sid's dream die, however, and rallies the survivors behind him, eventually leading them to build a new home in the heart of Benumir. And then you can get, like, individual details.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
That's a lot. That's cool, but that's a lot. That is a lot of lore. I guess if you're into that kind of thing, you can delve, you know, dick deep into it. That is a lot. What's up, Jill? How you doing?
Everyone seems so happy to see us. It's good to be home.
And as you know, since you're outside, you can take poops anywhere you want. You know, I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. You're in one giant commode. Harpocrates. The sins of Zemeckis, An Illustrated History of the Twins, Volume 4, Tales of the Founder, Mort d'Olivier. Mithril. Mineral most mighty introduction. Mithril's a material of both passing hardness and luster, and it is these two qualities for which it is valued by the weapon and armor smiths of the realm. However, there is a third quality of mithril that sets it apart from steel or shell. Its durance. While even the finest steel may be melted by dragon's fire, become brittle in frigid climes, or turn to rust if not regularly and rightly oiled, mithril is once made eternally unchanging. In this volume, I will explain how one might go about making, shaping, and employing mithril in one's work. I want to read all that. It's too much reading.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
Wait, this is part of an airship? That's cool. Simeon's Treasure of Knowledge, volume ye 11th, ye treasure of beasts, ye seas which gird about ye land of Valisthea on all sides doth churn most frothial with diverse and deadly creatures. Among these are beasts more prodigious in size than entire islands, yet customarily as placid as ye very doldrums. Yet lo, when they do awaken, towering waves are driven forth like proportion to great mountains. Like in proportion to great mountains. Ye peoples of ye outer seas, in which these creatures dwell, doth live in great terror of ye writhing isles, as certain chroniclers make record of their being known. That hurt my head. That hurt my head so much. Don't write things like that.
Norseman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
On Gods and Men, a heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander of Canver, a renowned theologian who spent most of his life chronicling Valisthea's diverse religious history.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts.
What a lemon
Would
tart!
that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head, but without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
Is it like fae folk that like adults can't see?
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
My butt smells tart, check 1. My butt smells tart, check 2.
My knowledge is yours. Look around you.
While it is a far cry from the Imperial Library in Oriflamme, in 5 short years we've amassed more volumes than most men or women might hope to see in their lifetime. No longer are they tales they contain hidden away from all but the privileged, we have liberated them, that they may fill the minds of all who hunger for knowledge.
Still,
there is much more out there, and as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to gather what I can.
Why?
One day, a chronicle of your own adventures might even grace these shelves, or, failing that, the floor.
It has been difficult, certainly.
When Titan visited his wrath upon us on that dreadful night, we lost much. He robbed us not only of our home and of our loved ones, but of that which Cid fought fiercest to preserve, our hope. Hope that we might never have found again had you not taken his name and become our light in the darkness.
Had you not led us here?
To Benumir and the Invincible, where among the ghosts of the fallen our journey can continue. Here in the belly of a Leviathan untouched by the passing of 1,000 years does our hope burn brighter than ever, and here may it burn for 1,000 more.
I still remember.
The day I first met Tet and Crow, chasing their father about the hideaway one moment, clinging to their mother's kirtle the next. The twins' love for their parents was something to behold, so fierce and pure. When they passed, I feared the void they left in the children's lives could never be filled. Neither spoke, nor smiled for years, hiding themselves away here in the shelves to bury their sorrows in the leaves of these tomes.
And thank goodness they did.
For I believe the stories proved a welcome distraction, as over time their pain faded, and now they laugh and frolic as they once did, if not with more vigor. They remind us that no matter how deep our wounds, we all have the capacity to heal. And that happiness lost may be found again.
I have
That's good to hear.
Some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Clive tells Harpocrates. Harpocrates updates the tomes. Dude, I forgot that we had to talk to that guy to update our tomes.
I have quite the find for you today.
Aegis? Dating back to the antiquity, the term Aegi has historically been used to describe those ethereal entities that can be conjured by dominance. Aegis are capable of casting potent magics corresponding to the elemental alignments of their creators. Though unquestionably formidable, they will fade immediately should the dominant who gave them being happen to be slain. I was gonna say, yeah, it was like Charada and Suparna, the ones that Benedicta summoned. We were going after her. Dude, you really can delve so far into the game's lore.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Like, not only do we've got like world lore and people lore over there, then we've got just like even more, I don't know, world lore here. That's insane.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
That's nuts to me. That's just nuts. There's a lot going on.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Not a Stolas. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Dude, they cut off the brand?
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
You're in a land of magic. Couldn't have they, like, done something to, like, get rid of that rather than just, like, burning it or cutting it off? We saw somebody else with that scar before. And I was assuming that was, like, they got rid of the brand on the guy's face. I think I pointed it out when we talked to that guy. I don't remember who it was. It was somebody, I think, like, either at the beginning of yesterday or at the end of the day before that we saw. And I was like, that looks like that's where a brand was. And I guess that's what we got going on here. And I was going to say, I think that was Tarya. So cool. Cool. I dig it. I mean, it's fairly obvious. I mean, okay, so we walk up to somebody and you don't have the brand, like, right in their face, but that scar is very obvious, you know? It's clear that something was there.
Have you been to the toll? I hear a new ship.
Oh, Jill's in here. Girl, this is my private chamber. What you doing?
Otto was here earlier with a letter from Gav. He left it on your desk.
Girl. There's only one pillow on that bed, so she's clearly not sleeping here. Unless she's sleeping on the couch. And then that's just rude. The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. Where was the dude? What was his name? Like Etienne or something like that? The guy at the bar in the hideaway who gave us, like, quests and stuff. I didn't see him anywhere. I also didn't see, like, a bar or anything like that either. The Republic's play. I guess that's where we were. The public area there. I guess we did. Like, the woman was like, you can buy drinks and stuff. I guess that's where that was. That's where, like, the music box was. The Republic's play. We're getting letters. Dude, his eye got popped out like a grape. Probably gave it to somebody. And they ate it. They fed it to a blind person. They were like, enjoy your grapes. And they were like, these are delicious grapes. And then they were like, haha, those are eyeballs, you idiot. The Republic's play. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twinside, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. Republican army marches on the Empire at Twinside. I don't know what Twinside is. The Republican army is Sylvester's dominion. I don't know Twinside.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance. The one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now Now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
Where is he?
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Wine enough and they tell you. The Northern Territories.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Why hasn't he joined us? He's off doing his own thing, I guess, you know. Sasuke.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Oh, Martha's here now?
Very well.
Or is she at her place? The Gathering Storm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
Okay. So it's just her place. Interesting thing in this game, like most of the, well, not most of them, but like some of the classic Final Fantasy games, you know, you've got the crystals of light, and most of the time you're trying to like reignite them or like access them or, you know, something. I think this is like the first time in Final Fantasy that you're actually destroying them. And we don't even know if that's like the right thing or not. We're just making this assumption that that's what they're doing, is draining the land. But like in Stranger of Paradise, we were going to the crystals to like reignite them. And you do that in Final Fantasy and a bunch of the others. It's interesting that this one we're doing the exact opposite. We're destroying them. Like the crystals are supposed to be the ones that like give life and nurture the land, you know? You know, and the bringers of light are the ones that are supposed to like reignite them and bring, you know, vitality back to the land. And instead we're We're destroying them. It's interesting. This is a game of sadness and destruction. Oh, we can't just jump down there. Okay. Oh, hey, what's up, Jill?
Something has happened to Martha. We need to speak with Otto.
All right. Where is dog? Torgal, barky, barky, bark, bark.
Does that one have blood on it?
Neat. Yeah, where's the dude that was
Have we any more knuckle pies?
like running the ledgers? Like, there was ledger homie.
Well, I should be getting back to it. Unless you'd rather.
I mean, maybe the reading table. He was just the one that like knew where like side quests and shit were. The training pit. We go to the gravel pit. The atrium. Oh, we may be able to go down whatever that is later. Okay. I want to, well, maybe we just traded out that dude for something else. Like, they, like, introduced this mechanic and then just, like, got rid of it. Like, this guy is gonna dole out side quests for you. Okay, he's dead and gone now. What? Well, then, why did you introduce that? Like, why even bother? This was an airship. I wonder if we're ever going to get to fly it at some point. Ooh. What if we can activate it? We do have, like, the power to activate these. Like, they had crystals in them, right? We were activating the doors. Like, maybe at some point we're going to, like, wow, 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 wow. Maybe that's what the board is for. Maybe that's what the Moogle.
Have you finished sorting those reports yet?
Finished?
Oh, that's him.
Started. Been busy
No,
enough
that's
with my
him.
own
He's
work.
right there.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
That's him. Okay, he just doesn't have, like, a thing we can talk with him. Gaunt? Was that his name? Gaunt?
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
Curse breaker, huh?
It's not that I don't trust Cole to do his bit, you understand? It's that I don't trust the Empire to show any of us any mercy if we get in their way.
Oh, did our sword change? You know, I never noticed that. I thought our sword was always, like, the same shape, but this is definitely different. Pointy. Oh, what's up, Jill?
Martha is a survivor. We'll find her. Here for another of my lectures?
Well, you had this thing on top of you.
What is it that you wish to learn?
Nothing.
The state of
I
the
honestly
realm
don't
is
care.
ever-changing, Clive.
I had no idea we were on like a huge lake. So right in the middle of the continent. Expect that. Yeah, somewhere in here. This map does not do a great job of showing you like the lay of the land. Like, you know, kind of like where you are, but like, where's the lake here? Like look at all the water out here, and we'll just call it the ocean. We're in the middle of a lake. Where's the water? Like, there's like woods and plains and stuff over here, and it just looks like barren like land. I wish they did a little bit better of a job with like displaying this overworld map, you know. Cock and ball? Oh, so there's something here? Where? Down here. All right. Let's get over there. Cock. Doris.
Clive. Sid. Cole and his men left earlier. I can have another party ready, if you deem it necessary.
She also got rid of her, brand. Cock. One thing that I really like, I'm going to keep talking about it because we just played it, but Stranger of Paradise, like, your outfit constantly changed depending on what you were putting on. I mean, that game's all about, like, outfits and stuff, but, like, don't get me wrong, I think our clothes look neat, but I always like it when you can, like, put on new gear and it reflects. Like, we have very limited stuff that change. I mean, I guess our belt changes and maybe we have some sort of gauntlet. I don't know if our accessories show up anywhere. Oh, Ramu. Right. How many ability points do we have now? Just 1,100. Not a lot. Mastery increases the number of lock-ons. So we were at 9. Doesn't say how many we get, but... Pile Driver, Thunderstorm. What's the big one? Judgment Bolt. Judgment Bolt! Summon from the heavens a mighty Levin Bolt. It deals massive damage to a single target. Tornado that slowly hunts down, right? I remember that. So we got this one. I like this one. Flames of Rebirth is pretty solid. It, like, nukes everything around it. I just wish we could get it to reset quicker. So we've got 3. There'll be 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. Maybe we have room for like 5 more. Maybe 4 or 5 more. I want Alexander to be a thing because I just want to turn into a giant building at some point. Can we do that? Well, I want to see the giant building that's Alexander.
Finish with that log, so we
Like, that's gotta be a thing. Obulus Boatman.
Damn blighted bilge. Is everything all right? Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses. The lake water doesn't agree with it, then? That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so.
Assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Pitch is nasty. Unless, of course, someone finds...
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
Cock. Someone, neighbor, let their dog out, I guess, and his... that dude is just whining. He does not want to be outside. No, I want the main map. How do I bring it up? God damn it. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, where am I going? Here? 3 reeds. Threeds. Sure. If that's where we get our pitch. Can I just jump down? Oh, shit. Yep.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
It's over.
Oh god, I just like stared at it doing that. Oh, Jill's with us? I figured we were on our own. And we got pitcher wax, a sticky substance found in the pitcher of a carnivorous plant which thrives in the Rosarian lowlands. Sweet. That was easy.
Can't imagine Obolus needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Quite foggy here. We're still like super limited about like the places you can go. Oh, we have to go over there to the shop. Okay, well we'll go back to the hideaway first and deal with this. Right, that's where Martha's rest is. Or you gonna make me ride the elevator? You can put me down there? Oh, look at our hair. I remember when Tomb Raider 2015, 2016 came out, and was it earlier than that? What year did that Tomb Raider game come? Is that a PS3 game? Tomb Raider. Ooh. Was it 2013? Holy it was 2013. All right, so that was a decade ago. I remember when that game came out, and they had the hair physics in that game. Dude, that would tank. Like, my computer was just like, yeah, this game runs great, and then it was just like, hair. It was like rendering every strand of hair, and it was just like flopping around. I was just looking at, you know, Clive's hair here, and it kind of wobbles and stuff, but it's mainly like glued to his head. He's got a lot of hairspray and product in there. Mousse. I don't know what kids use. Wax, hair gel, whatever. He's not moving about a lot. but yeah, Lara's hair was just, whew. It was a lot.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
It's also not as though like her hair didn't move when you didn't have like the PhysX thing going on for it, but it's just hair, man. It was just hair. So much for one small little thing. It demanded so much. I think there was the same thing in The Witcher 2. Like Geralt's hair thing was like really overburdening as well too.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. Well, I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
I bet you it would have continued to sail even if we didn't do that. Badge of Might increases attack by 12. Yo, hell yeah. But we have a accessory that already on that increases our attack by 7, so we'll get what, 5 extra attack here? Is it already? Oh, we have a Badge of Might, and it's a Badge of Might plus 1. Badge of Might. Like, that's healing potency, but I don't heal. Can we put the other badge on? I mean, 20%'s nice, but also more attack power. Who cares about healing? I never use heals anyway, so. Was there anything else here we can deal with? Like it. Yep, let's get out of here. I think little icons pop up if there's like a quest in an area. Just double checking. Well, they don't give us the thing down here. Can't even look at it. The dim. You're dim. You're dim.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Yeah, enough lollygagging.
Imperials. If they hurt Martha, they'll have the old rest to answer to.
Oh, if they hurt Martha. Let's see what this guy's got for sale. This is more important.
Anything catch your eye?
Not really. Can you guys, like, stock up on, I don't know, useful things? Increases stone skin tonic duration by 30 seconds. That's actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad. That could be helpful. Increases defense for 90 seconds, so it would go for 2 minutes. And we'd get a 30% increase in defense. That's pretty good.
Very well.
Okay, bye. Accidentally used one of mine.
Let's get you to a physica, shall we?
I'm sorry. I think I twisted something.
Sid? What said you'd be coming? I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Yes, the word culling does not bode well. Who's gonna get a good boy?
You're making it worse.
Dude, having sex on the
Cole is
floor?
right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Lads from the garrison all poured in, sword swinging, and took Martha away with them.
Oh, I'll get him. I'll get him good. Then we'll get Martha, and then we can talk. We're gonna talk real good. Wait, who's Martha? Martha, Martha, Martha! So where are we headed? Alright, all the way over there. We've been there before.
Oi, look sharp! Hey? What?
How are you all still recovering from this attack? Like, didn't it happen, like, days ago?
Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
Like, it's like it just happened, like, 5 minutes ago, and we're arriving, like, right after, you know? Like, we're right in the aftermath. Like,
No, they didn't come this way, thank the Founder.
it's just a little weird. Martha's gone, like, how long did that take to get the information to us? Like, we had to take a boat, then we had to walk over. It could have been days. And they just, like, stayed where they were. It was for emphasis. Or can we, like, literally warp places? I mean, I know the crystals are there, but that's kind of like for the player, though. That's not... Is that kind of part of the lore? Like, if we actually work that into the world?
If those Orsons touch an hair on Martha's head, I'll kill them all myself.
Because if we can warp places with those crystals, then why the hell did we take that boat? I'm just saying. I'm just the saying. I'm just the saying.
Make it look easy.
I was trying to jump on the stupid plant so I could do a downward smash. You took that away from me, dog. Thank you. You're a good boy.
Look. Up ahead. Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
I wonder what a curse breaker is. Maybe we should see if we can look that up.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
It seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
So the bearers at the Abbey were all like basically dying. I'm not trying to say that like their lives aren't worth anything, but they're basically in hospice, you know? They're like 2 days away from like passing away. It's not like they're recovering from something. They're there because they're being taken care of in their like final hours. So, I mean, I'm not trying to put value on life, but you know, if someone's going down, I mean, at the end of the day, they're people that are like going to die soon. It's not like they're hiding people away there. I mean, they are hiding them away, but they're like giving them like peace in their like final moments of life. Like, I mean, if I had a loved one in hospice and someone was like, yo, they're bombing the hospice, yeah, I'd be kind of pissed off too. I'm just saying. It's not like they're like killing newborn babies in the maternity ward. Well, as confirmed by most of the doctors, the large majorities of the babies in the Neo infant care unit didn't make it. There is no power for the machines. What are you talking about? Oh, do you mean in Gaza? What would make you think that? You joined late? No, I was just talking about what's happening here in the game.
There might still be someone inside.
I was just talking about like stuff in the game. I wasn't referring to anything in particular. How you doing, I am Fluteman? No, I was not referring to anything in particular. The people in this abbey right here are like people basically in hospice. They're just like awaiting death here, and a group of people has come in to kind of like slaughter them. They're slaves that were like in hiding, but they're on their like deathbed. Let's go murder hobo. No, they're innocent people. If they were bad people, it's one thing, but they were slaves. Oh, we don't want to kill them. Yes, I do know they were slaves. They are definitely not war criminals.
No.
Damn it. I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers.
They may be war
They
criminals.
drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
Turned as in we have the curse.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Just saying, IRL, those guys would totally kill you. What? If this was IRL and I was this guy that we're controlling in the game, I think I'd be okay. Henry Kissinger could be in there. That guy's dead, yo. That guy's very dead. Super evil.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Definitely a war criminal. What is this other thing now? The 20? What is that? That's new. What is this icon? Not like it says what it is. I don't know what that is. We know the top one's experience. The blue one is our ability points. The one with the gold coin is Gil, but I don't know what this new that's a new one. That icon's new. We got 10 of what? What is that? All right, we'll have to go look in the status menu and see if we can figure that out.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
I think if like 8 guys jumped you with armor in swords IRL, I think you're going down too, Flute Man. I think you're going down too. I don't think too many individuals are going to survive like 8 people attacking them at once. Oh, there's a quest nearby. Chuck Norris? No, that guy's especially dead. That guy doesn't know how to fight. He does martial arts. Martial arts aren't real fighting.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive,
He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid! Where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest, but the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix Jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Okie dokie. Spreading some ashes. You got it. Sounds good. They had a drawbridge over there? You have to go up and around. Gotcha. I gotcha. It's not too far away, though. Am I going? Yeah, we're going the right way. Is that an Araman? Yep. What is this? Rank C? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight's always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. Maybe that's what that little diamond-shaped thing is. Maybe it's called renown.
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Okay, we got cursed. That's pretty bad. Yep. What? I guess I went outside the arena there.
Thanks, boy.
Oh man, I missed the Dude, stop it! I do not like that one.
Nice try. Give me thunder! Too slow. You're a fine hound. Nice try.
Probably shouldn't have tried to go back into that.
Nice try. Too slow.
All right. That was a fight. $5,000 dues. Nice.
You didn't see that coming.
I don't think that was like especially rare items there. Maybe if we fought it a little bit better. They said, like, depending on how well you do in a fight, which we never do exceptionally well, you get, like, better rewards. But, you know, I'm terrible at it. At least that airman wasn't as bad as the ones in... dude, the ones in Stranger of Paradise sucked. That's not terrible. Annoying, but not terrible. Scatter, scatter.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Oh, I was like wondering what we were on there. That was weird. Okay, weird. The more cluttered our switching gets, I like being able to have this like fast step forward. That's really good. And then you've got like the ability that grabs enemies and brings them towards you, and then you have this ability that like targets things. I wonder if we can limit how many of these we have on at once. I don't mind cycling through two. I mean, to be fair though, the more of them we have means the more like special attacks we can use. And that means the more damage we can do in stagger. But the more we have to clutter through, that means I just have to, which I'm not very good, paying attention to what ability we're on. When we first got this ability and we were in that like first arena, I kept like thinking I was like switching to something new, and we kept like targeting things. Wasn't great. Was not counting well there. Just have to get used to it.
Thank you, Founder.
Everyone should be happy now.
Thanks for heeding the call.
If only we got here sooner. We'll do what we can to help the injured, though.
You got it, pal.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
Ministrations? Minestrones?
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Black blood. Ew, I don't want that. Gross. You keep it for somebody else. Yeah, let's see if we can, if they list Cursebreaker in here. No. Cullings, Black Shields, Cole, Martha's Rest. I wanted Cursebreaker.
Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else would be out cold after what she's been through.
Like you, would you be out cold?
If you don't mind, Sid. I'd like to stay here with Martha. Just until she finds someone to guard the rest, that is.
Oh, someone's got a crush on Big Marthy's.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the camp.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
Oi! You there! Don't just pass me by! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
Kill the chocobos? You got it.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
Can chocobos not swim? Wait, you telling me the big birds can't swim? Absurd. Absurd, I say. Poppycock.
That's quite a name for a chocobo.
Poppy and Poppycock. Is this them? Is this a chocobo?
All right.
These chocobos have it coming. All right. They got what they deserved. A royal hiding. We tan their backsides.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
What if it is Ambrosia?
Brave birds.
What if it is her?
Looks like they went that way.
It's possible that that was our chocobo. If it's a Cyclops, then it's ours.
It's over.
Because our chocobo got its eyeball popped out, just like Gav. Popped right out of its dome. A great nut.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Dude, good for them. Good for them.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Do the chocobos help with this fight? Hey, that was not a dodge. It was not.
Stay down. Nice try.
Yeah, it was a little late.
Nice try.
Tough fight, tough fight.
You're safe now. White Hart, I presume. Do you know her, boy?
Means missing an eye.
That scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia. It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
I get a chocobo! Let's go! Do they give her an eye patch?
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old White Hart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry. We'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, White Hart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you.
Oh.
That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
What? Does sound like a big seagull, doesn't it? How you doing there, Aruga? Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. Ambrosia Tack. A bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia. Ambrosia, next of the gods, displayed in Clive's chambers. Oh, that's like our, like, memory memento. Cool. Cool, cool. We'll take it, hell yeah. Chocobo unlocked! Okay, so what do we do with it? Like, do we just get to ride it around and, like, kick shit? Mount up! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Regulators! After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. How long do chocobos live? Holy crap. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia and X to mount the chocobo. You got it! Kitty! No one else gets a chocobo, though. Where's the chocobo music? Oh, we've got the trigger stuff going on. Where's my friends? She gets her own chocobo? No, you get off. Only I get to ride a chocobo. You get a chocobo fight. Chocobo fight. Chocobo fight. Attack. Oh, you can attack with the chocobo. Chocobo fight. Triangle does nothing. Circle does nothing. R1, L1, they do nothing. But we can run now. That's cool. Let's get into a fight with the chocobos. Let's fight the bighorn.
No holding back.
They're not very strong. How do I get off? Ow!
Let's try.
Whoops. Okay, using the chocobo as a weapon, bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. So we won't do that. We won't do that. That's dope. I was hoping for the cool like chocobo. Boop 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 boop. Whatever, however that song goes. Close enough, right? Like, they play it briefly. And then it just goes away. Run. Alright, let's just stop. Can they go places where I can't? It doesn't seem like they can. That's cool. It's definitely faster transportation. Oh god. You turn not great. Why? Why? Look, man. Video game developers need to understand that controlling things just need to be fun. please stop making controlling mounts like horrible. Like, I get it, like making a 90-degree turn with a sprinting chocobo is silly, but at the same time it's like more fun to do that, you know? I'm not concerned about reality when we're shooting fireballs from our fingertips. Like, I'm riding a chocobo, a giant freaking bird. This is awesome. Like, let me turn. Let me turn while it's running. I don't think that's asking too much. Okay, well, neat. We don't really need chocobo right now, so. Cool beans, though. I love it. I love it. Quah! Have they ever established the chocobo sound? Like, the official chocobo noise? Did they sound the same in 15? Did they sound the same in their chocobo? I remember there was a chocobo in Lightning Returns. Were there chocobo in 13 at all? I don't even remember if they were chocobo in 13 too. Does seem sluggish for what's meant to be an agile bird. Final Fantasy, I remember that, yeah, they made noises in Final Fantasy VII too, didn't they? I don't remember the noises they made in 10. I know there were chocobo in that. However brief period of time you ride them. That was it. It was the kind of noise in Final Fantasy VII. That took me a second. I can't do it. I can't. It was more. I can't do that noise. No one can. Maybe if I what was that guy's name? Michael Williams, the dude that makes all the noises. I don't know. Sound a bit different in each game, yeah. Yeah, that one definitely sounds like Chuck Norris can probably Moxie, probably. What can't Chuck Norris do?
Where's Gav?
Chuck Norris is a die? Nah, he's a knob end, man. Apparently he's a knob end.
Gav should be back by now.
A bell end. That's it. Apparently he's a bell end. That's the insult that I wanted. Bell end. You know, it kind of sucks. It's like one of those, like, never meet your heroes kinds of situations. There was, like, all these great memes about how cool Chuck Norris is, and then it turns out he's a giant tool. Great.
You think it's alright to touch him?
Of course he is. Of course he is.
What's that for you, dear?
I want to reinforce something, man. let me reinforce it. I'm gonna ignore what you just said. Yeah, live in ignorance. live in ignorance. You do not want to look up Chuck Norris and like the stupid shit that he said. Yeah, it's better to live in that ignorant bliss. Like, just remember him, you know, like kicking heads in Walker, Texas Ranger, and not being a giant douchebag.
Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals.
Does anyone else want to hug Clive?
Storm and ash. Drake's breath near Ironhome. Drake's fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's spine in Waloed. And Drake's tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Otto's counters now open. Nice. We gotta see what Nactor? Clive looks like Gabriel from that Castlevania game. Was that Lords of the Shadow? He does. Just give him a whip. Just give him a whip and you got it. He's just gotta fight werewolves and skeletons and vampires. Yeah, I can see it. I can totally see it. He's got that mood hair. The following hideaway facilities are now available. Alliant Reports, the Patron's Whisper, the Hunt Board. All three are located near Otto in the mess. Oh. Show you my mess. You show me yours.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
I mean, isn't this the mess? Let's go find our way over to that, little quest. What? How you get down there? Fuck. You know what, man? This kid's entertaining himself, man. It's great. Who didn't do stupid shit as a little kid when they didn't have anybody to play with? You gonna play with the chicken? Play with the chicken, man.
Chocobo, chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says bluebird, flap harder, says crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
You got it, kid. Cook that chocobo. Boop. That was delightful. That was just delightful. You know what? That song was better than the songs that those stupid bards are singing. Oh, I hate bards so much.
It's not. Won't be long now, Martel. They'll try your
Cormac McCarthy?
Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
Why not?
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
How many apples can one tree make? Like 4? No, I actually don't know. I'm assuming more than 4.
This tongue here pulls the black from the lake water and renders it clear. You'll have to ask Mid if you want to know how it
You
works.
said the same thing before. I hate that guy. Always repeating himself. Hearing your stupid country bumpkin accent on a game is so jarring. Country bumpkin? I'm not too familiar with English accents, so like I wouldn't be able to tell you like what accent would come from where. It's just like, yep, that's an English accent. I mean, there's like a variety of accents just in like London itself.
Did you come through the forge today?
I got nothing. I got nothing. Well, that there's a Manchester accent, and that over there is a... Like, I don't know, man.
And you say Sid built this place?
Well, one can't really...
Gloucester. It's a Gloucester accent. Southwest England. All stereotypically classed as a farmer. Lots of country, lots of sheep.
Perhaps they're old enough for the sins of Zemeckis.
There you go.
So,
Gloucestershire.
Kupka was able to prime that night 5 years ago, despite there being no ether in the Deadlands. Says here that while conjuring magics requires a bearer to draw ether from the air around them, priming requires a dominant to draw it from their very self.
Go on. Eat up.
Yeah, I got nothing, man. It's cool to hear accents in the game, though. There certainly is, like, a wide variety. Some of it seems like a little out of place, but for the most part. I dig it. I dig it. was this place? Why are you reading? Stop reading. Push him.
They say removing a brand is almost as painful as getting one.
I don't want anything. I don't want my skin cut off. Yeah, I bet you that sucks.
There was a time I only had eyes for Otto. But then I saw the light, and his name is Cole. That way he looks at you like a frightened fawn who's lost his mother. Oh, if only I could shoot an arrow through his heart.
Dude, she's fickle. She was all fawning over Otto like 2 seconds ago. Oh, here we go. I don't think I ever walked into here. Maybe we couldn't before. Treatment diary. Today, Clive visited the infirmary. Oh, it's a diary note about me. Today, Clive visited the infirmary to have me dress a laceration on his left forearm. I cleaned and stitched the wound and instructed him to rest the arm so that it could heal. But not an hour later, he was leaving on another mission. This must be the 100th time he's disobeyed my instructions. The next time he comes to me for treatment, I'm tying him to the bed. And doing what, you freak? All right, Taria. How are you doing?
Once the Dalmecs have laid siege to the Dominion, very little will be leaving Twinside, including the many medicines distilled there.
So, like, I secretly read your diary, and you had this passage that said that, like, I had this boo-boo, and you wanted to tie me to a bed. You know, just go on. Go on. You read my diary? I mean, yeah. You just left it out, hidden underneath your table. Of course I read it. I just had to dig through your personal goods for a little bit.
Without a ship to carry you there, Drake's breath might as well be on the moon.
You know. All right, Nectar, what you got? Clive, there you are, Koopa. I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Nectar?
The matter is this, Koopa. Why doesn't it talk?
The hunt board. It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Koopa. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help, is I need to remind you, Koopa, I'm the mightiest of all the Moogles. No fiend of the forest or ghoul or greensword can measure up to... Oh, God. So I mean you to slay them all, Koopa.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Oh, thank you, Koopa. It's so good to have found someone who understands me, Koopa. I'll stay here and keep an eye on all the billets that get posted to the board, so if anything you need to know, Koopa, I'm right here. Holy crap, man. Oh my god, like, why isn't it everything else is voiced? Why is this thing not voiced? You know, at least it's not the freakoid in Final Fantasy, oh, what was the World of Final Fantasy? At least it's not that thing. Oh my god. If there was ever a cute character in a video game that I wanted to pop all the fuzz out of, it was that thing. I hated that thing so much. Ask about hunts. The Cursebreakers don't just tack up any old rumors to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Koopa. So, don't you go letting all their hard work go to waste, Koopa. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. Hunt board. It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo, and post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to the slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all. Duty. Painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. Nectar's Adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time that I visited the Great Continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Look at these wings. Do they look like the sort that might carry a Moogle across countless open seas? They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. Did you see that the Cursebreakers give every billet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that one's risk I'm willing to take. Oh man, that's... Some of you, may die, and that's a risk I'm willing to make. Did you see all the billets are marked with a location, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorize every last place name in the whole wide realm. You're only human, Kupo. So if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness's statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. Alright, let's check it out. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes such as Clive will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. Araman. Alright, we took that down. Do I get a reward? No. The Angel of Death and the Broken Hilt. Oh, the Belphegor and the Angel of Death. A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite directions and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickering, though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. Clearview. Clairview. I think we know where that is. The Broken Hilt. That's a B rank. I mean, we could probably, if we beat the Araman, we could probably beat the Angel of Death. I don't know if we can beat the B rank, but I mean, it's here, so we could probably try it though. So we have to find these on our own though. They're not marked. So Clairview and Broken Hilt. We've been to both of those places before though. A Desiree.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
What? Ask about Desiree.
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties... On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto's piled countless other tasks, from transcribing and sorting Stola's reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind, I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his brightest student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Jara would be proud of me, too, were he with us today. Not though, eh?
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. You know who told me that? You know what this reminds me of? In Baldur's Gate, the first Baldur's Gate, like 1 and 2. They do something similar where they like voice like a line or two and then they just stop. Always annoyed me. It was Jar in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us even though they're gone.
Come to claim your just desserts?
Alright, so what do we got here? Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, so it's called Renown. Inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. I can't imagine we have anything, right? We just got here. Talk of the Tea House. I guess the higher your rank goes, the more you unlock. So if we get up to 100, we can get that. Alright, so this is ours. We'll take it. 400 ability points? Hell yeah. And a meteorite. Okay, dope.
All yours.
Sweet, that's cool. Berserker ring. Ooh, I want that. Alright, so it definitely benefits you by doing side quests.
How are you doing? Oh, same old.
Isn't it? Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days in the old place, so I could just handle the job myself. State of the world now, though, I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck, waiting for volunteers to handle the rest. If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me. So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts. When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
Still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Cid.
Quick look.
And there's no side quests. Great.
Seen enough?
No, I want to do side quests.
So
Damn it.
Martha's all right.
Martha's all right.
And how may I assist you today?
Was a Vi.
Then I bid you good day.
Good talking. Fabian? I'm Fabian.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
What? Oh, that's right. We're supposed to be handing out apples. A basket of Martel apples grown and picked by Cormac or sample by Hideaway residents. Sweet. Here you go. 1 apple for the both of you. No, just the one guy.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
You're welcome. Here's a cookie for you too.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
A basket?
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martells, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you.
I know, rude.
Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
The two people's regards. But you got it. We'll do it. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. I don't remember where it was.
And you say Sid built this place?
Still kind of like feels under construction. It'd be cool if like this place, like as the game progressed, changed. You know, kind of like Suikoden. You know, you had your base, and over time, like the further you progressed, the more people you brought in, the more it changed.
The Cursebreakers send their thanks and their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martell.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martell. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martell lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martell. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Where they got their plants doesn't seem very smart. Like, plants need sunlight. Why is it like down in a pit? A basket of slightly stunted, somewhat sweet apples grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martell. May she rest in peace. Still, we'll grow something worth eating one of these days, and when we do, you'll have first pick, Martell. So they're gonna put... Oh, okay, that's like a memory thing. I did see that one of the rewards for our renown was like adding a room, so maybe the base does grow. It's just maybe we just need to do renown. Lens flare. Narwindu? What? What? Vikings had a pretty cool base upgrade. What's Vikings? Reading table, wall of memories, right? That's all the stuff that we've got. State of the realm. Care too much about any of that. Let's check out the there's nothing. Okay. All right, we're locked in. We can't do anything. We're like dead set and locked in. Got you. Vikings is a sort of Diablo. Oh, did that come out on the 360? I think I have that. I think I fired up it for like 10 minutes. I think I played that thing. I did not play much of it though. I can't say that I remember a lot about it. I think I fired it up for like I said, like half hour maybe. Maybe. Oh, you can rotate? You can't zoom in anymore. That's whack. Zoom in more. Hawkscry Cliff. From these heathered highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalith Castle. Everything else in between. Had elemental concerns, blizzard, weather, poison gas, and mines, and something else. Interesting. I really don't think I played much of it. I just remember I looked at it because it was an action game, and I think the action just wasn't like something I was a fan of.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
Is dog being dog?
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
You would think that he would do something to keep the hair out from his eyes, you know? Bloodline. Like you're in the middle of combat.
His reach extends. Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
And just hair flopping in your eyeballs.
It's over.
This is not a very good idea. All right, let's take a look at the map here. Oh, God. Huh. That is not how I expected to see this. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I don't know why I didn't expect it like that. I didn't think we were going to be in, like, the same map area. evil chocobo! It came at me. You saw it. It attacked me. I mean, it was going to attack me. It's self-defense. Totally self-defense. There was a action RPG for the Dreamcast that I had called Silver, which was like a really interesting game. I don't know that I ever beat it. I think maybe I did. But like, I think you did like gestures with like the joystick. It was a pretty cool game. And that had like, depending on what you, like the direction you held, you did like different attacks and stuff like that. And I think there were like elemental attacks and stuff you could do in that one. I think on PC you use like mouse gestures to do stuff. Okay, so don't attack the See, chocobo! I was just gonna leave him alone. I was just gonna leave him alone. And then they started the big dick ripping. It's not my fault. I was gonna casually walk away from him. Wasn't even gonna bother. Stop randomly choosing them. Fight one of them. Clive over here is like, this one, no this one, no this one. Don't be fickle. It's my fault for not locking on to something, but still. Don't fickle. Make up your mind. You want a red one or a blue one? Where am I? Here we go. I've now reoriented myself. Know exactly what we're doing. Killing this dumb chocobo. That other one's still alive.
It's over.
Shit. We didn't kill it. He just like, again, just like decided to change minds about who he's gonna attack there. Freaking Clive.
Stay down.
There. To the south. That's where we're headed.
You can just make out the castle from here as well.
And yet it's a world away.
That's it? There's something over there too. So we're like standing like somewhere over here, but like out there, like down here maybe. So we're at whatever these, like, fingers are. We'll just call them fingers. There's, like, something out there. See in the distance, like, way out over there. Wonder what that is. Where's the crystal? On here. The crystal's supposed to be like way out in the water, right? We can't see it. It's weird. There should be like this giant spire, right? I mean, there's that one. I want to go to there. Where's the mother crystal? Where's the mommy crystal? Why can't we see it? That's cool though. Weird. I like that they said something.
No mistakes.
Oh shit. Okay, we got a lock on. Dude, game. Like, the camera. Do a better job being a camera. I'm hitting the circle button. I don't know why I do that sometimes. Like, I know the dodge buttons are one, yet my brain's just like, circle, circle, circles. Stop hitting the circle button.
We're not alone.
I've played too many Souls games, man. I've played too many Souls games. Circle button would be so good. Grave marker? Doesn't pop up on the map. Huh. How many markers can you set? Oops. Dude, bring up the map. 1. Okay. Guess we're not gonna put one there. There could be some side quest associated with that. Probably. His armor makes this like high-pitched squeak. It's really annoying. I can't not. I started to hear it in the cutscenes, and now I can't like not hear it.
It's over.
Why does it do that? Yeah, it's just like every once in a while it's just like chirping high pitch. Why? Who's change your armor? Don't make it squeak. Oil it. Guy needs a can of WD-40 for his armor. Get some health back here while we can. I heard it in the cutscenes because it's like relatively quiet, but now I'm noticing it like not in the cutscenes. That's not good, man. Why? I can't be the only person that's ever noticed that either. It's so bad. Have you ever heard a song and then like notice like a noise in the song and that's all you can focus on? In Outcast has the player's ball, and one day I just noticed this like actual honk, like a horn, like a car horn in the song goes it's in the background. If you've never heard it before, you're probably not going to notice it. Once you notice it, you can't not fucking hear it. It's all that I hear. It's all that I hear. Like I'm like grooving out and I'm like horn, horn, horn. No. No. I'm not saying it's ruined the song for me, but it kind of has. And this like armor chirping. All that I hear now. I gotta forget it. I didn't hear it yesterday. I hear it today. I think it's the new armor too. I don't think his other armor made this noise. But somebody put that into the game. What sycophant did that? What disturbed individual did that? It adds to the authenticity. It's like if you're wearing corduroy pants and you have corduroy pants in a video game and they're like, man, make their thighs rub together. So there's this nice swooshing noise. Driving me nuts. Is it her? Are you making that noise? It was going on when he stopped moving. I think it's her. Oh, get Jill out of my party. I think it's her. Cause it went from the right speaker to the left speaker there. Like I heard it go across my speakers. I think it's her. Yeah, there's something clanging on Jill. Oh my god. Damn it. I like Jill. I gotta remember it's the middle button that does it. I want to see if we can go down there real quick. Clean up some items and stuff down there. Okay, well, at least we know. You know what? I'm glad I don't have headphones on. I'm very glad I don't have headphones on, because that would be so much more obvious with headphones on. Where are we going? Can you guys kill it? Get it. Good job. Yeah, maybe I'll forget about it, you know? Maybe I'll forget about it tomorrow. We won't remember it. Squinks! Dude, she needs WD-40. I thought it was us. Old Hill? Old Hill? It might be. It might be. I'm not crazy, though. You guys hear it, too, right? Yeah, like her sword is squeaking or whatever. Oh my goodness. It's over. We take her out of the party. It's cool if it's just me and Torgal. He's a good boy. He doesn't squeak. Oh boy. Too early.
Nice try. Too slow. Come on. That's better.
Stop hitting the circle button.
Nice try.
Oh, I tried to lunge at him. That was also stupid.
To me, boy.
Whooped. I took some big damage to that thing. Up to buy some more potions. Hey, a treasure chest. It pays off! For whatever that is. We have no idea. Alright, so where are we here? Middle button, the touchpad. Gotta use the touchpad. Stop hitting the start button. Fondle the touchpad. It's what it's there for. We're probably coming down here anyways, but... I'm gonna preempt it all. Oh! I thought it had finished charging. I was gonna take them all down with the big, this thing. Get 'em. Two treasure chests? Makes you wonder how many we've missed so far out in the field. None of them have been great. They've all been like little small, I guess crafting items, but I mean, I want whatever's in them. They could have accessories. We found one that had a weapon.
You're finished.
You dirty cheater. How dare you swat me out of the air? They're not gonna let us go over there, and they're obviously not gonna let us go over there. Worth it though, worth it though. We can ride our chocobo back. Choca bro et.
We're not alone.
Don't get surrounded.
Just keep marking it. I don't know how I feel about that ability. It's interesting. I don't know how it like personally makes me feel. Chocobo! Hey, it's a cute little flourish, but oh, run.
Faster.
There we go. Cute little flourish, but I want more. I want the chocobo riding music. Why is her chocobo so much faster than mine? Where's my mega sprint button? I'm jealous. Like, she even has to wait for me. It gets so far ahead, it's like, ugh. Can you run faster? Dude, our chocobo needs a diet. You need to train. Ambrosia, I like you, but you gotta run faster. Please.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing, we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Elwyn was our dad, right?
Rosaria,
must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
Apples?
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
What do we got going on here in the village? Extends up north, it looks like that, towards Scallop Rock. Serial says Shallop. I can read. Sometimes. Oh, what's up, girl? Mayor's wife. How you doing?
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to.
Right? Because our dad was apparently benevolent. I mean, there was still the king, though. Wait, was our dad, like... So this land we're in here, this is where we used to live? Is that it? We lived here? So our dad... But they called it a duchy. So I just assumed that he wasn't, like, the ruler of that. Like, there was somebody... When you're a duke, there's lords above you, kings and stuff like that. So I just kind of assumed that we were in, like, a smaller province of a greater nation. But apparently our dad was the king of it all.
Two more left to join the garrison this very morn.
At this rate, there'll be none left to help with the harvest.
We're going hunting for outlaws. How do you like that, boy?
So, duke and duchy mean slightly different things in this world. Maybe they don't, but I had a different understanding.
I ain't got much, but what's mine is yours.
Gaia Blade, we don't need that. Cobalt Tassels increases limit break generation amount by 6%. We saw that somewhere else. I don't think I want that one. But we'll buy a meteorite.
There you are.
We do need some
You won't be disappointed. Much obliged.
some of these. Some of that.
You won't be disappointed. Fare you well.
Probably like everything I've earned recently. Right now, we do not get a lot of money.
Run along now, before one of the boys starts thinking you're something you're not.
A cool dude.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
Mm-hmm. Camp, you say? Like fun camp?
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, the Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions?
100? I heard it were 1,000. 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000?
Is that kind of like heartbeat sound? Is that part of the music, or is that something else in the world? The ambient audio? Thump thump. Thump thump. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, we got so many goblin coins. I don't know what the hell a goblin coin is, but we got them. What, Papa? I want a chocobo. Please, oh, please let me have one. Oh, I'll take good care of it, I swear. Papa?
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
Firebrand?
I think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Well, we've never heard that term before. Let's see if the lore book will say anything. Vice Regency. After the incorporation of Rosaria into the Empire, Emperor Sylvester elected not to rule the new province directly, but to make of it a vice regency with Rosalith as its provincial capital. So again, that's like a duchy. So call it a vice regency, that's still like a duchy. Speak with the locals. I spoke with 2 youths. The youths. I spoke with the 2 youths.
You see these 2 youths over there?
Shallop. More treasure. This tiny village has had more treasure than any of the other towns. Dude, we're straight up robbing from these poor people. Not my fault, though. Not my fault. They're willingly giving them to me. Clive, their benevolent friend and former Duke Prince.
Greetings, friend.
Dookie.
We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosaria would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Perchance. Halaprak. Alright, so now we go. Ah, alright. So we just gotta go through like a winding pass to Baum Arches? Baum? Baum? Bomb? Baum bomb? Double Baum bomb? Oh, that's cool. It shows us what icons we have. Shows us what icons we have. Cool beans. Cool beans. Alright guys, I think it's gonna do it for me. We'll pick this up tonight. It's a pretty fun game. It's a pretty addicting and fun game. I don't think we were storming our home though. That was not our home. It was storming a different castle. We were not storming home. We were storming other castle. Wouldn't mind raiding another Final Fantasy XVI player, but it makes me nervous. This game's big and we could like end up somewhere that I don't know, and I don't want to see something I'm unawares of. I'm unawares. I don't know that I like recognize where anybody is here. It looks like some people are definitely further. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. I actually don't see anyone of like the people that we normally raid in the mornings streaming this morning, which is really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, no problem, guys. No problem. I think I'm just gonna call it here. I like raiding. I like raiding, but I don't see anyone right now that I want to throw you guys towards. So I think I'm just gonna call it here. I would really like to like raid another Final Fantasy player right now in 16, but it just makes me so nervous because you just never know where somebody is, and I don't want to get, you know, spoiled on something. Either way, guys, enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you got going on today. Enjoy your Thursdays. Thursday's a great day. It's the day before Friday. And that's the exciting part, because Friday's a great day. So Thursday's like the build up into the greatness that's Thursday. We accomplished, I think, a decent amount. You know, we took down a crystal. We got Sid killed. Now we're El Cid. It's awesome. It's stupendous. It's fantastic. Guys, enjoy your days. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll be back tonight. We'll keep playing more Final Fantasy XVI and keep pushing towards our former home. I got confused when I gave the stream title. Now we're charging our former home. The other castle wasn't our former home. And that wasn't it. I was mistaken. I don't know why I thought that. Either way, guys, enjoy your Thursdays. Peace out.